Welcome, citizens of Clay County. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend tonight's school board meeting. This meeting is our opportunity as your elected representatives to collaborate openly and make decisions that will decide the future direction. If you wish to address the board, there will be an opportunity to speak for 3 minutes. Please fill out a card which you will find located in the back of the room. They look like this. And turn the card in to our attorney, Mr. D'Agata, at the end. Indicate the specific item that you wish to speak about and turn it in promptly. No additional cards will be accepted once the board moves to the public comment sections under presentations from the audience. Your participation is welcomed and appreciated. First, we have our recognitions and awards. The Drug-Free Calendar Contest winners, Erica Gilbert, District Guidance Curriculum Specialist.
Erica's turned this over to me.
Oh, I started to
That's okay.
say, I don't think your name's Erica.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here. My name is Donna Wethington, and I am the Executive Director for our Drug-Free Schools and Communities Coalition here in Clay County. And we are happy to be here. I'm honored to be here to announce our award winners tonight for the Drug-Free Schools Community Calendar Contest. This has been happening throughout our district for the past 20 years. And so it started many, many years ago. And in collaboration with various community partners and especially the school district as our #1 partner in receiving the artwork from our elementary school students, we're here to proudly announce the winners of this year's 2018-19 contest. I would go remiss without saying something in reference to my own coalition project coordinator, Stephanie Gohagen, who is here with us tonight, and also to our fundraiser who's been doing this for about 20 years. His name is Joe Gilmore. He goes around the community to the business partners and gathers up our sponsorships so that we don't have any charge to printing 4,000 calendars that we hand out to businesses throughout the community, and then they hand them out to their families and participants or whatever that come and visit their establishments. So anyway, those Joe has just been just phenomenal in raising our funding. Also, our printing is provided through Agility Press, and they are very, very amenable to keeping the cost at the lowest they can, and they haven't gone up on our cost in years. And then we have 13 sponsors that are listed throughout the calendar. We have Publix, Sun Tire, Green Cove Springs Police Department, Orange Park Police Department, Best Price Furniture and Mattress, Doctors Lake Family Dental, Dr. Boytette, Pinch a Penny, Jacksonville Memory Gardens, Family Practice Associates of Orange Park, First Command, Quit Dock and Tobacco Free Partnership of Clay County, the Clay County Sheriff's Office, and the Dental Implant Center, Dr. Sevitz. So they are, like I said, instrumental in providing up to $400 for their sponsorships in our calendar contest. So, they had hundreds of artwork submitted that the schools participated in, and those through a committee at the school level and at the district level at the school district through Erica's efforts were reduced down and screened, I should say, and then they were provided to us, and there was probably over about 100, and we submitted the top 50 from a panel that we had. Then we submitted the top 50 to our coalition members. and they voted on the top 14. So it is a screening process, and these students they're well deserved, and we should recognize them in their being the top 14 in this calendar contest. Now we're going to be providing a certificate to each of the winners, a monetary award of $25 to all of them, and $50 to the front cover winner and inside cover winner. And they also receive 5 calendars for their families. And then we will be providing, like I said, some to the school district that we'll be giving to Erica, and then she can distribute them out. We also usually send some to the elementary schools for their own usage for their faculty. So that's how we distribute the calendars. So without further ado, let me start calling up the winners. And when you come up one by one, please stand up here because we'll be taking a picture at the end. We have the media here. And what the media would like to do also is possibly put each month winner, like for the month of October, they would show their picture and name the student that won. And so that's a nice piece that they do for our community. All right, the front cover winner is Elizabeth Izzy Williams. She's a 3rd grader at Patterson Elementary School. Come on up. Inside cover winner, 6th grader from Ridgeview Elementary School, is Taylor Williams. Sixth grader from Lakeside Elementary for the month of August is Camden Leonard, or Leonard. 5th grade from Rideout Elementary School for the month of September, Jada Owens. Sixth grader, Orange Park Elementary School, Sarah Kentz for October. 4th grader from Rideout Elementary for the month of November is Riley Toomey. Sixth grade, Coppergate Elementary, Chantal Esparza is the month of December. 4th grader from Coppergate Elementary is Chloe Whitmarsh for the month of January. 6th grader from Lakeside Elementary, Mariah Bostick Jones for the month of February. 3rd grade from Lakeside Elementary, Avery Patton, month of March. 5th grader from Coppergate Elementary, Reagan Crabtree, the month of April. 2nd grader from Lakeside Elementary, Ethan Farina, for the month of May. 1st grader from Lakeside Elementary, Abigail Gribb, for the month of June. And 3rd grader from Patterson Elementary is Lily Daly, the month of July. Can they all hold on? It's a little much for all his.
They got so much stuff.
They're slippery. All right. Let's give them a big round of applause. Oh, goodness. Thank you. Thank you again. We look forward to next year.
Thank you, Miss Weatherington. This was outstanding artwork. As an old Elvis fan, I like that. Don't be cruel. You know, I pointed that out to the superintendent. I said, see, we're okay. There was. Okay. The next item on our agenda, we are so pleased tonight to have Tina Pinkelson here, who is the Director of Leadership Services for the Florida School Board Association, and she has a presentation to make tonight. Welcome, Ms. Pinkelson.
It is indeed my pleasure to be here tonight. I am the Director of Leadership Services for the Florida School Boards Association. And school board members come from all walks of life. And when you become a school board member, there is a lot to learn. I know when the kids were up here singing that first song and you heard the skitty bitty mitty bitty or all that stuff, that's like when we were in our finance forum the first time. That's what it all sounds like. There's a lot to learn. But there is no mandated training for school board members. Such a huge responsibility, but no mandated training. So our association offers professional development for school board members. And your leadership team here, your school board, takes advantage of that professional development. We have what we call a certified board member. And to become a certified board member, you go through 96 hours of voluntary professional development. Ms. Studdard is one of our long-standing certified board members. I think she's been a certified board member for 25 years, which means she renews her certificate every year. Ms. Condon, Ms. Karakis, and tonight we're going to give Ms. Bola her certified board member. Ms. Gilhausen is working on hers. We'll get her hers real soon. But Ms. Bola has completed her requirements to become a certified board member. And what this just says to you, Clay County residents, is that your school board members are devoted to you and learning what they need to become highly effective school board members. So it is with pleasure that I get to present Ms. Bola with her certified board member plaque.
Was Mr. Bola ever a certified board member?
Now, the rest of you will go ahead and come down. And it's nice to see Ms. Bola's husband, Wayne. When I was a school board member in Alachua County, he served on the Clay County School Board at the same time. I also, the governance structure for the school board and the superintendent is outlined in state statute. And it's very clear, research shows that it's key, and I think this district is, it's very clear that it's important that the superintendent and the school board work cohesively together. it impacts, research shows that it impacts student achievement. This board has consistently, and superintendent, gone through what we call a master board program. And in order to help board members and the superintendent understand, get to know each other, understand each other's leadership styles, ways of communicating, we offer a 22-hour time together for them to work together. And it's not always easy. And I will tell you, you have 5 strong women and your new superintendent. And we did some hard work. We did some very hard work, but that's what a master board does when they're working towards becoming highly effective and impacting student achievement. You have a tremendous task ahead with school safety. You know, it's a tremendous task. You know, these are the people that lay awake at night trying to find solutions to all of this. It's a tremendous task, but they're going to work together, and they're committed to working together, and that's should make you rest easy at night as citizens of Clay County. So it is with pleasure that once again I present to the Clay County leadership team their master board plaque.
Thank you so much, Ms. Peterson. We worked very hard, and it was hard work, but with your leadership, it helped. I was just looking up on the wall. We have one here from 2014, but there's only 3 school board members on there. This time we have all 5 board members and the superintendent. Good job, everybody. And as chairman, I would like to direct the superintendent to bring a hammer and nail tomorrow and put this up on the wall. If you would take care of that.
Yes, ma'am, to the chair. I
Okay.
sure will.
I'd like to see him hammering and nailing.
I can do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I think there's somebody right out there that.
I think he's just delegated it. Hey, you can just use the same nail. You know, I guess we do. Do we take down the old one? Okay. Well, we'll leave that one up and just add it next to it. We may be starting a collection. Okay. Thank you so much, and it's such a relief to be master board again. I love it. Okay. We have no presenters tonight. The school showcase, Thunderbolt Elementary School, Lacey Healy, principal.
Hello, how are you all?
Hello.
I'm Lacey Healy. I'm the principal at Thunderbolt Elementary. This is my first year in Clay County, and I've had an amazing transition coming from Duval to Clay, and part of it has been the wonderful support that I've had from the two that are around me. They are my assistant principals, Wilnitra Dixon and Laura Libretto. They've been amazing at helping me transition here to the new county, and the faculty and staff at Thunderbolt has also been tremendous. So I attribute that to a smooth transition coming in. So to start tonight, clicker, right? Okay. So to start tonight, we are Thunderbolt Elementary. We are home of the Jets, and we are proud to be an A school. Maybe. Maybe not. Go Jets. You too can run a clicker. Turn it on. All right, here we go. Fundamentals. All right, so good thing, because I brought my paper, because I can barely see it up there with the color of my background. So here we go. All right, so we are an A school, like I said, and the grows that I want to talk about are the grows that we had, first of all, with our A status. If you look at the table that I've inserted, we grew in every single area across the board from 15-16 to 16-17. And we had double-digit growth within the lowest 25% with the reading gains. So we've made tremendous progress there. The areas within the reading and math that we're still working on, where we still have room for improvement, is that lowest 25%. Not only the reading gains, but the math gains as well. And so we are honing in on both of those areas as we've gone through this year and as we continue to go into next year, looking for further improvement there. Those were 64% of our lowest 25% made gains. And with our continued focus in differentiated instruction and using data to drive our instruction, we foresee that that is going to increase a lot. And the other grow that we have is within our science proficiency. Science should more directly correlate to reading. And if you look at the reading proficiency, 80% of our kids are proficient in reading. We can pull that 66 in science a lot closer to the 80%. So that's a lot of room for growth right there. Our focus for the year. We've kind of based everything around the 4 principles of effective instruction, which has also been one of the district's focus. And we've made some stops throughout the year. Thinking about the 4 pillars, we have the culture of learning, which is really tied directly to the engagement piece in the classroom. Students working on essential content, and that all boils down to rigor, is what we're doing rigorous in the classroom. Those have been our 2 main focuses. We've touched on students demonstrating understanding, which you can see from the PowerPoint is a continued area of focus more in depth going forward for next year, as well as students taking ownership in their learning for next year. So kind of highlighting our glows and grows within the first stop, which is our culture of learning. Our glows, we've taken a lot of time and put a lot of energy into working on engagement strategies in the classroom so that all kids are actively engaged in learning throughout the entire lesson. We focused heavily on rituals and routines, which are firmly in place. And we included in here some of the questions that came from the Insight Insight survey that we were given earlier this year. And the first one is, my school is a good place to teach and learn. We are at 100% of our people agreed or strongly agreed, and I think that's a huge celebration and a testament to the people and the things that are happening at Thunderbolt Elementary, and that's up 3% from last year. The second one I wanted to highlight was school leaders provide me with the resources and support that I need to maintain high standards for student behavior in my classroom. And we had 90% of the people agree or strongly agree with that. And that's up 16% from the prior year. And that is one of my foundational pieces, is that we are here to support the teachers in everything that they need, because without our support, they can't continue to do what they need to do in the classroom. Recently, we have started to build the culture of our faculty a voluntary coffee club book study on Monday mornings at 7:40. Yeah, I know, right? And we have, I never would have thought that many people would have agreed to Monday morning at 7:40, but we said coffee on us. And we gave them a copy of the book, The Energy Bus, and we've had over a third of our faculty is coming each Monday morning to our book study, which has been tremendous. Our grows, even though we focused heavily in the area of culture of learning, and we've made so much progress, we still have room for improvement. And this next one comes also from that Insight survey. Across my school, there are consistent expectations and consequences for student behavior. We are currently at 83%, and we are up 19% from where we were a year ago, but we are striving for 100%. And so to work in that area so that everyone knows that there are consistent expectations and consequences for student behavior, we are going to do some work around building a school pledge for next year. So that will be something that we say in the morning announcements, and it just becomes a part of who we are at Thunderbolt Elementary. And it will hopefully reinforce what expected behaviors are across the board. And students will take pride. At the beginning of next school year, we also would like to do some work about building a common vision for what effective instruction looks like at Thunderbolt Elementary. We would like to do that with the teachers. Stop number 2, students working on essential content. So this again, goes and ties into the rigor piece. What we'd like to celebrate is that our teachers are utilizing Eureka Math and the Lucy Calkins reading and writing. This was an optional curriculum to go into. After meeting with the teachers, after my transition to Thunderbolt, I had experience with Eureka Math, and I talked to all of them as we met in grade levels, and they all trusted me to take a leap and step outside the box, and we are implementing 2nd through 6th in every single classroom Eureka Math, and we have seen amazing results with the kids and the level of complexity that the kids are challenged with each and every day. We are also doing the Calkins writing, and we have one of the teachers at our school who's really a model for the Calkins writing, and we were blessed with the Calkins reading after some folks visited her classroom, and when another teacher heard about that, she's like, I want to do that. So another Calkins reading kit showed up at the school, and we are working that into kindergarten, so it's been wonderful. Our second thing, planning rigorous lessons. So we focused on the rigor piece, and that comes as a natural result of the Eureka and the Lucy Calkins. We are also analyzing data from iReady and Achieve 3000, and we are using those reports and that information to build small groups and differentiate instruction for our students. A point of pride, yesterday we received an email from a district reading specialist asking us, she was uploading Lexile adjustments, and she asked us, she wanted to know what we had done during the month of April because so many of our students had their Lexile levels adjusted. So I can't wait to respond back to her. The teachers were extremely diligent. They've taken ownership of that program. They figured ways, when we don't have the Chromebooks in the classroom, one-to-one, they figured out ways to go outside the box to still get the quality literature in front of the students and to continue to push the students day in and day out. So we've worked on analyzing that data, and teachers are participating in voluntary professional development focused on utilizing iReady specifically to inform instruction. We have been holding bi-weekly meetings. They're all voluntary. Teachers can come if they want. And after the first one, they're like, oh, hey, can you do this the second time, or can you do this the next time? And so they're kind of helping us drive where that professional development is going. Grow. So we always have areas to grow in, and this one also comes from the Insight survey. And my school has dedicated time for teachers to analyze interim assessment data and or student work and to plan for future instruction and intervention based on student performance. That's a lot. And we had 79% of the people agree or strongly agree, and that's up 26% from last year, and we're striving for 100. We've reworked our professional development, our PLC time, that the teachers are working with their colleagues that have the same content as them, and we're really dedicating time to look at assessments and look at student work and having those collegial conversations. So we hope that goes up to 100%. That's our goal. We'd like to expand voluntary professional development opportunities to all the content areas next year. And the last one is when I observed, I get feedback on the content of my lesson in addition to my teaching practices. And 80% of the people agreed or strongly agreed, and that was up 26% from the prior year. And again, we're striving for 100%. So we're not just looking at the practices when we go in, we're looking at what they are teaching, the content, and the rigor of those lessons, and how are they tied to the standards. And beyond the academics, because it's not just about the academics, is I wanted to highlight our resource team. Technology, the kids go through rotations and they get to touch each of the resources on a 6-day rotation. Technology is working on computer coding. I went in and saw a kindergarten lesson on that when I did her observation, and it's unbelievable. The kids are listening to up, down, left, right, and they're moving a cursor around on the screen. It was pretty cool. They are working on keywording skills. Our technology and media teachers are working together on STEM projects. And our technology teacher is also promoting and utilizing iReady and Achieve data and trying to motivate kids as well. The picture up there I want to point out with the little kids, those are my kindergartners that have the stars around their necks. That signifies that they were able to log onto the computer all by themselves. And so when they're able to do that, which is a huge accomplishment, they get the star. And so it's kind of neat. We get to recognize them too when we're doing carpool in the afternoon. They come out with the star and we're like, you logged on. Great, that's a great accomplishment. Music, we're doing singing, we're reading music, they're playing recorders. We have chorus after school for the kids, 4th through 6th grade, and we're getting ready to put on our spring musical. It will be next Friday and Saturday evening, Aristocrats. And then again, media. I talked about we're doing STEM projects. Media and technology have coordinated together. We did Literacy Week activities this year. We had a book garden in front of our school where kids took their favorite book and they put it on a stake, and we staked them into the ground. So we had a book garden. It was pretty cool. We're doing Battle of the Books with 4th graders with the SSYRA books. We have the Accelerated Reader program there. It's huge, a huge motivator for the students. And as they are meeting their goals, they are able to put their name up on a bulletin board, and that signifies that they've met their goal, and there's different goals for each of the grade levels. And not only are we looking at individual students, but we're looking at the number of kids out of each class too that have met that AR goal, and we're honoring them for that. We're doing cookie chat book clubs for 6th graders once a month, where they're looking at those Sunshine State Young Reader Award books. And we have a book fair to promote the love of reading in the fall and the spring. In art, we're looking at artists, we're studying the artists and the genres, and working across many different mediums. Participate in the county art show. We have the Young Rembrandts program after school, a 6th grade art club, and one of my favorite things we did this year was the family paint night, kind of like that painting with a twist. Very successful. Great time. In PE, we're working on movement skills, physical activity, and talking about making healthy choices. We participated in Jump Rope for Heart this year. Our track team participated at the county track meet, 4th through 6th graders. Kids are going out and participating in community fun runs, and then they're bringing back their running numbers. They're posting them on a bulletin board. So we're also promoting running and physical activity that way, and they're getting mileage with their counts for that, for Run Walk as well. We did a fun day, Fuel Up to Play 60. We won that challenge, and the Jaguars are going to actually be coming out in a few weeks to do something with our 6th graders. We do Friday Run Walk Club, and the students earn tokens for every 5 miles that they walk. Then they earn mileage search. You can see the orange one's kind of washed out, but that student has earned the 500-mile club, and so that's a compilation of his miles across the years, which is great. And then the one word that I cannot say, Tininkling, I think that's how we say it. And if you've never seen it, go Google that after this. They use these poles, and it's a Philippine folk dance, and so we're weaving in other cultures. You beat these poles, and then the kids develop a dance, and they have to dance in between these poles. So coordination, rhythm, movement, all of that combined into one. I wish I could do that. Beyond the academics, so after school opportunities, we have a robotics club. This year, one of my second grade teachers started a gardening club, and she's really transformed the back of our school into a really beautiful garden area, very zen-like. The kids are taking ownership of the plants, they're learning about the plants, and they're having a fantastic time. Our math team's getting ready to compete this weekend at the county math competition. We have Muggins Math, and we have safety patrol for our 5th and 6th graders. So we have a couple big partnerships that I wanted to highlight. We have the military family life counselors at our school. 25% of our population is military, and I have a direct connection to that. My husband is active duty military, and so I can relate to what those kids are going through. And we have the Anchored for Life program that is a part of that, which helps to develop student leaders. We also have a military lunch bunch where the kids get to go once a week. Each grade level has their time during lunch. They can go and eat with the military life counselor so that they can provide support and programs for the kids. This Friday, we are having tomorrow a yellow ribbon ceremony, so we are going to be honoring those family members that are getting ready to deploy. So we're going to be doing that tomorrow, tying yellow ribbon around a tree and having a little ceremony. And Month of the Military Child, we had a purple tea, which was a huge success. Tea and lemonade, and we invited all the families out and had a great time. And then we assembled USO care packages. That was one of our drives during the November, December time period. Kids, community members brought in items for the care packages, and then we donated them to the USO. And then we have an amazing PFA. There are so many things that they've done. In my last bullet says, and much more, much, much, much more. But some of the great things is they come in and they volunteer. They do spirit nights at local restaurants. We've done game nights. One of the most popular was a bingo glow night where they wore glow items around themselves, and we played bingo. It was fun. Board game night, it took me back to being a child. That was fun. They do a great job with faculty and staff appreciation lunches, fall carnival, Earth Day fun run. That was a few weeks ago. Following that, we had campus beautification. They didn't mind that it downpoured during the campus beautification. We all carried on with trimming trees and laying mulch. It was fantastic, and the campus looks beautiful. Honor roll celebrations, they help with those. They help get business partners to join our programs. They assist with student incentives and rewards, help with classroom funding requests where district funding falls short, and they oversee our vision and hearing screenings. So, and much, much, much more. And that's it. We do have a gift for you all. Yeah, everybody likes gifts.
Oh, good. We like gifts.
I know, everybody does. And since we're focusing on the Energy Bus, we wanted to say thank you to you all for inviting us this evening to present. And we hope that you'll come out to Thunderbolt and visit all the great things that are happening here and get on our bus.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Miss Healy. Miss Paiva, if you are watching, this is a volunteer book club in the morning. Just want to make sure I say that. And Lacey, you coming over, you've done great work. So I'm excited about you and your staff. Continue to push forward. It sounds like a lot of exciting things are going on, a lot of fun. With your activities, you're doing a lot of work to integrate project-based learning through all of your curriculum. So excited to see the outcomes. Keep working hard.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, schedule citizens' request. We have none. This is the last call for speaker cards. If anyone wants to have 3 minutes to speak, now is your chance, because we're going to close out on these when we start. Okay, everybody happy? Okay. So next we have the presentations from the audience, or our public comments. and I have several cards. Donna Mace.
Hi, I'm Donna Mace. My address is on file. I'm here speaking on behalf of Opt Out Florida and Opt Out Clay. First, I just want to do a big shout out to teachers in advance for Teacher Appreciation Week. To paraphrase Maya Angelou, your students will never forget how you make them feel. Big thank you to the administrators that supported our decisions to opt out. We do this because we do not support the sorting and ranking of children, teachers, schools, and communities by test scores. We feel strongly about that. We are aware that sometimes there are consequences when you practice civil disobedience. Our children are aware when we make these decisions as a family. We thank you that our children are no longer kept out of advanced classes because they don't have FAFSA scores. That's been a big improvement. My kids feel a lot better. 3 years of being denied was tough. However, it's been called to our attention that in at least one of our elementary schools this year, children who minimally participated were omitted from an activity celebrating the end of testing. They were kept inside either their media center or cafeteria while all their classmates went out to play and they were given assignments to do. In the past, under the previous superintendent, we had a written statement that said, students who refuse to test are not penalized or disciplined. These young activists took it like a champ. They went to school that day, even though many of their parents offered to keep them home, and they sat there and they did what they were asked to do. They understood that there was a consequence. However, if the directive has been changed, we need to know that, so when parents make a decision how to handle testing, they have all the facts. That is a concern we have this year because it took us by surprise. So thank you for that.
Okay, wait, Ms. Mace. Mr. Davis, has the directive changed?
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. Absolutely not. It's first time I'm actually hearing that this type of activity has taken place. If you will please get with Dr. Stallman, we'll see you on as you transition at the end of your time this evening to talk about what school. Sounds like a poor decision was made in a school if this was actually occurred. But please, we will never, ever, ever penalize individuals for opting their rights to opt out of an assessment. That is their individualized right. We'll continue to celebrate and gain access to that child and help them be successful as we can by offering a quality education every day. So saddens me to hear that this has taken place, and if it has, we will address it immediately.
Okay, I appreciate that.
No worries.
Thank you.
Do you know who Dr. Stallman is?
I do.
The pretty blonde down there. Okay, just give her the information. Okay, next is Victoria Kidwell.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry, I have a cold. Spring something's going around. My name is Victoria Kidwell, and my address is on file. Insurance costs for employees of Clay County School Board have increased steadily each year. Yet, this school board has not increased its contribution in, I think, like 8 years. Next year, the employee insurance costs are going to increase 29.3%. I know you guys are all talking about it, and you feel as bad as we do. That's on top of the 10% increase from this year. The majority of teachers already work 2 jobs, and those who have another insurance option, they've already taken it. Those who remain have no other insurance option. Teachers deserve affordable health insurance, and while insurance costs are a national problem, the Clay County School Board holds the dubious distinction of contributing the least to its employees' health insurance costs. No other county in Florida dumps such a huge insurance burden on its employees. There's always going to be tight budgets, but kids deserve teachers who are healthy and can afford to see a doctor. Please don't leave teachers' health care out of your budget. Teachers and their children and the families with teaching careers are desperate for relief. Please make employee health a priority in your budget because some lives are depending on it. Thanks.
Okay, no, let's not start that tonight, remember? Okay, the next speaker, Christy Gomez.
Good evening. I'm Christy Gomez and my address is on file. I stand here tonight to say thank you to Superintendent Davis, to the school board, and to school administrators for developing a safe and civil walkout plan on April 20th. I have 2 children that attend Fleming Island High School, and I stand here in support of their decision to walk out in remembrance of the lives lost at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. My family and I had multiple conversations prior to the walkout. It was important to the both of them to honor their cousin Rihanna, who attends Stoneman Douglas High and participates in their ROTC program. Rihanna now deals with PTSD and had to attend the funerals of several of her friends and classmates following the shooting. It was also important to both of my children to honor the trombone player Alex and the guard girl Gina, who stood on the field beside the Fleming Island High School Eagle Band 1 at the Marching State Band Championship in November. Alex and Gina also lost their lives on February 14th. In the 7th grade, Clay County students take civics. In that course, they master benchmarks such as SS7C22, where they evaluate the responsibilities of a citizen, such as to be informed in current events and petitioning public officials. C24 has students recognize and identify rights protected in the Bill of Rights, such as their right to free speech and the right to peacefully remember the lives of those lost. In C312, they analyze the significance and outcomes of landmark Supreme Court cases such as Tinker versus Des Moines. In this case, the Supreme Court ruled 7-2 that teachers and students do not, quote, shed their constitutional rights to freedom of speech or expression at the schoolhouse gate. We expect our students to learn civic responsibility and tolerance as a part of their basic educational mission. However, what message would have been sent if we had said to students that their cause was not worth supporting when their schedule conflicted with what was convenient for the adults involved? What would we have inferred if we were to have taught students to think critically and problem solve unless it was about a topic that might have been controversial? I would like to express my most sincere gratitude to the school board, to Superintendent Davis, and to the administration of Fleming Island High School, specifically Mr. Tommy Pittman, for working together to ensure that students who wish to honor the lives of those lost were not silenced. I am thankful that my children could stand in remembrance of those who can no longer stand. Clay County District Schools handled this matter appropriately. I am very thankful that it was a safe and structured event which prioritized the safety and civility of all students. Thank you for your time, and thank you for all that you do for the students of Clay County.
The next is Betsy Raygor. Betsy Rager.
Thanks. I'm Betsy Rager and my address is on file. And I'm here tonight just as Mama. Patterson Elementary has been closed campus for 29 days. Parents are not allowed to visit their children during testing season at Patterson Elementary and at some other elementary schools, but this is the one that I'm most familiar with. Grayson, my little 6-year-old who's in kindergarten, has ADHD. He takes medicine every day to help him manage through school, and his dad goes to lunch with him twice a week. He looks forward to it, and it helps him get through his days. If he's having a rough day, it especially helps. It really helps him to know that his dad's going to come see him, that they're going to have their lunch together, and that he's going to have a good afternoon. It helps reset the day for him. Got an email in the beginning of April that said Patterson Elementary was closed to all parents through May 19th. Have to be off campus by 8:30. Can't come back. Can't come visit him at lunch. If he forgets something at home, can't bring it. He's not in prison. He's 6 years old.
Mr. Davis, would you please make a statement on that?
Yes, ma'am. Once again, news to me. We should not be closing accessibility to parents. You know, every parent that has a right to their children, our job is to make sure that we have an open relationship with our community members and our stakeholders. At this time, I make certain that I will get with the principal this evening. Please, if anyone's you're watching, if you ever get a communication like that from any of our leaders, let me know immediately. This is not something that's sanctioned by leadership, nor with through the chief academic officer as well, through curriculum and instruction that supervises elementary principals. We want you to be a part of this, and testing doesn't stop our day of work. It's while it's a large window, students do not test 30 days in that window. They only take 2 or 3 assessments. So it's not a disruption. We are smart enough and sophisticated enough to make certain that you have access to your children. So please, tomorrow you're more than welcome to go to Patterson, and you can go see your child, and his daddy can be there as well, and you can be a partner in our work in Clay County. So thank you for bringing the attention. We'll address it.
And I want to say on behalf of the board, I think looking at your faces, we were all shocked when
I've been in education through the chair for over 20 years, and I've never heard that. So it's not a practice ever, and it's not condoned by anyone. So we'll address it. See you tomorrow at Patterson.
Okay. Next, Travis Christensen.
Travis Christensen, 2871 Affirm Court. Not here to point any fingers at anyone. I do want to address this issue at Fleming Highland High School of flags being confiscated from some of the students. Now, almost didn't come out tonight. What it was is, I was reading Clay Today, our local newspaper, earlier today, and the editor said this whole issue is more or less a distraction, and there's more important issues before the school board. And I thought about it. Someone like, yeah, there are some very important issues. But is it really a distraction? It reminded me of a story from World War II Britain. I like World War II stories. Here it is. Basically, the war effort cost a lot of money, as you can imagine. This gentleman approached Churchill and said, "Sir, I think we need to slash the budgets for the libraries and use that money somewhere else." And as reported, Churchill told him, "Sir, what exactly it is that you think we are fighting for?" Which I think people in the public education could certainly understand. What are you fighting for? Of course, as an aside, if this happened in modern-day Florida, what would happen is they would have slashed the budget, then blamed it on the librarians, and then somebody's old buddy would open a library management company. But jokes aside, that video makes the district look pretty bad. To some people more than others, because it's First Amendment issues, it sort of cuts both ways. Some people ping on one thing, some on another. If it had been speech that was censoring, the other side of an issue, it would be just as bad. Now, the district, I think I've seen the official statement. Maybe it's justified, but explain it as you will. A picture is worth 1,000 words, and a lot of people look at that video and not be too happy. Now, I have one bright side in this. The other night, I went to a meeting of some young people in Clay County. A few of them happened to be Fleming Islands High students. And I asked them what they thought about this whole thing, and they surprised me. The first words out of their mouth is they didn't think it was fair their principal was taking so much heat on that. So to me, that's a good thing. That's what you want to hear, like no matter what else. They're thinking enough of their principal. They still have his back. That shows there's something good going on in our schools. But anyway, First Amendment is important, freedom of speech is important, because we are trying to build well-rounded citizens here. Rights are certainly a part of a well-rounded citizen. Now, with that in mind, I would request the board look at some of your policies on this. Now, education environment, highly structured. Some parts are less structured. You start saying that one type of speech or expression is allowed and another, it starts to look rather arbitrary, and protecting citizens from arbitrary censorship from the government is what the First Amendment is all about. I request you look at that, see if this is where you want to be. And I'd really like to see, if you do that, as I suggest you do, have something finalized by the beginning of the next school year. Thank you.
And the next speaker, Jennifer Burkhart.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Burkhart and my address is on file. I attended the bargaining meeting yesterday for the first time ever, and obviously we were addressing insurance. And I honestly have been, with the whole insurance thing, I've been feeling strongly that, and confidently, that the board would guarantee that we would have some type of additional compensation or contribution on their behalf, because I feel it's absolutely asinine to believe that you guys would allow us to have a 29% increase without contributing any more money to insurance. I don't know why I was naive enough to think that after 8 years of having no additional contribution on the board's behalf. So, and after I left the bargaining meeting, I did not feel confident. I felt like there were excuses being made to prep teachers for there not to be any money available for us. So I just hope, and I want to impress upon the board, the severity of the situation we're talking about. My husband and I are both teachers. We have to have the school insurance. We have a family. If it was just my husband and I, we could afford it. We could suck it up. Okay, it's enough. It's not as much of a hit, but when you have a family and have to take the family insurance, it is astronomically high. So my husband, I want to make this very clear. I am a good teacher. I love my job. I have been a teacher for 10 years. I was Teacher of the Year this year at Orange Park High School. My husband is a 10-year teacher in Clay County as well. He teaches United States history at Orange Park High School. He has the highest EOC average for the third quarter for that practice test in the entire district. And do you know what he told me last night when I came home and said that insurance is raising by 29.2%, and I don't know if we're actually going to get any additional contribution on the district's behalf. He said, Jen, one of us is going to have to switch professions. We cannot both continue down this path with insurance constantly increasing. We cannot afford health insurance. Then our second option, so one of us will have to quit teaching, both highly effective, for 10 years. B, the second option is we gamble with our health insurance, take a lower level health insurance that costs less, and hope and pray to God we don't get sick so our children can have the same health insurance at a higher rate, so that way they can still be covered. And it is absolutely infuriating that I'm having a conversation with my husband whether one of us as 10-year teachers should quit and choose a different profession that has better health care so that way we can pay for our family's health insurance, or I have to risk perhaps, heaven forbid, getting sick, having worse insurance, so lower coverage, worse insurance, so that way I can afford health care and health coverage. And I think that's unacceptable. And I think we have been constantly, people come up every single month. We need help with insurance. We need help with insurance. But I want you guys to know that you are going to lose highly effective teachers if you do not give us an increase in insurance. I can't even begin to speak on the support staff. They will be owing money to have insurance, which I can't even fathom that. So I can only speak about teachers, and you will be losing highly effective teachers if you do not contribute to the health care. Thank you.
Okay. The next speaker, John Schaefer. Schaefer? Did I get it right? Excuse me.
Good evening. My name is John Schaefer. I am a highly effective teacher in Clay County, but I come to you tonight as a parent of a sweet 7-year-old boy at Fleming Island Elementary School. I want to thank the superintendent for taking the time to sit down with my wife and I, as he did so graciously, took the time out of his schedule. However, I don't believe the issue was resolved. So I want to come to the board, the other board members tonight, with the concerns about the elimination of ESE self-contained classes for students on state standards at FIE. The superintendent during April's board meeting said, and I quote, "We will only drive and create an opportunity to put students in the least restrictive environment if they qualify to do so, and that is through the collaboration of teachers, parents, and students. My wife and I are grieved that the changes occurring at Fleming Island Elementary School were being done without teacher input, without parent input, or without child input. I know this because I've contacted almost all 20-something parents. Not a single one of them heard about this until it was make a decision. Not a single one. So that's just plain black and white. The superintendent is also on record as having said, as it relates to the model, and I'm quoting here, from April, as it relates to the model concept of Fleming Island, please note that I have not messaged to staff that we will be removing or eliminating self-contained. And yet, self-contained classes for ESE students on regular state standards, not access points, are being eliminated, and without any consent from those previous three mentioned parties. It was a decision made solely by administration, both within the school as well as the district level, back in February. We know because we were fighting in January to get more inclusion, and we were told no repeatedly by the principal, by the assistant principal, as well as district personnel that attended that meeting. We were told this back in January, prior to the February decision. The only options we have as parents, and I heard this directly from the superintendent, are one, we can go to another school, and we don't know what school that is. Hopefully it's Swimming Penn, but it's no school in Fleming Island, because there are no schools in Fleming Island with ASD with the current model. Or two, we could try the new program and hope that having 20 students in a class with at most an hour and a half of support with a facilitator, at most, will be successful. When a parent meeting was held at FIE, school and district personnel could not even explain to parents what the program would accurately look like and were unable to answer my specific questions. Many of these students require specialized instruction in a small group setting with full assistance. This is not a one-size-fits-all, and I don't know how we can be told as parents in this room with any integrity whatsoever, using our children as basically guinea pigs in a, quote, pilot program, those are y'all's words, not mine, and tell them that this is 100% best for every student. I agree that students should be put into inclusion gradually, but there is nothing gradual about what is occurring at FIE. This morning when I spoke with the superintendent on the phone, he was very gracious and kind. I appreciate his time. I'm sorry, I'm gonna take a few more seconds. I asked why he was throwing these students into a proverbial deep end of the pool rather than allowing them to transition gradually. His response was, you'd be surprised how many of our students in self-contained can swim. I fully agree. I believe there are students who can't swim. My question to the other board members is, what about those who can't? You gonna let them drown?
Through the chair, sorry, and sorry, normal procedures not to respond.
I
but,
know,
I mean,
but we-
tonight
we-
is just a
I
lot.
think this one
So,
warrants a response.
yeah. So at the end of the day, there was some mismessaging in April from a school's perspective. When I as superintendent along with Mr. McCauley were advised of the mismessaging, I believe I had a meeting with about probably 20 parents, Mr. Schaefer, about 20. Mr. Schaefer was there, got to introduce myself to Mr. Schaefer, and we talked about best practices. I openly, if everything that Mr. Schaefer speaks to about my responses are accurate, I've always said that our job and our mindset is to transition students to a least restrictive environment where students can be successful. When we're talking about Fleming Island, and Mr. Schaefer is correct, we will never ever create an environment that is for students that are needed to be for a student that that's on a 504 has an IEP that's not inclusive of a parent, district staff, and teachers. We want everyone to be at a table in order to make informed decisions. In this case, we have around 25 students that are in self-contained. Is my understanding that the bulk of students, through conversations, through IEP meetings, are moving toward, to transition toward an inclusive environment, which is very inspirational, especially since now that we no longer have a a special diploma in education. So with the bulk of the parents transition into the inclusive model, it may leave us to a part where we only have 3 or 4 students that are in a self-contained at Fleming Island. And I say that, I'm just giving you numbers because we're in the process of going through it and identifying, because IEP meetings are not finalized at this point. They're still ongoing. So at this point, if we have 3 or 4 students that are needing self-contained services, it would not warrant a unit. Therefore, a unit will have to look at a school that's in the surrounding area. Swim and Pen will be an opportunity for students to be serviced based on their needs. However, I explained to Mr. Schaefer gracefully and said that if children would like to transition to the inclusion process, we will have a number of supports ready and prepared. We've had multiple meetings with Mr. McCauley along with Mrs. Roth and staff to discuss about what that the inclusion model will look like, the least restrictive model will look like, and that brings additional number of supports than what the school will actually generate. I've also spoke to Mr. Schaefer and been very clear of the fact that if a kid goes into the inclusive process and the parent and the IEP drives that, the district does not drive that process and will never drive that process. And then that individual may not be successful within a 4-week, 5-week period, and there's the analytical data, and there's conversations between teachers, staff, and students that this may not be the best environment. Then we will have individuals on staff that will transition to a blended model in the sense that we will have immediate services for the student to address any content, to address the problem solving, decision making, in order to prepare the student to be successful, where they can have a blended model. And if the blended model doesn't work, then we will go back and transition to what is best for the learner. If that's self-contained, then that's self-contained. At no point will we ever get to a side where we have a student that transitions to the inclusive based on the recommendation of the IEP team, and that student transitions to the 4 or 5 week. We will never get to a point where we say, hey, you have to go to another school. We'll never do that. We will have all of the supports that are needed within our school. And I've addressed this with staff after I've had conversation, I believe this morning, with Mr. Schaefer around 7 in the morning, 7:30 in the morning. I've talked to Mr. McCauley about it, and we will turnkey that to make sure that it's very clear for the messaging standpoint from the administration on at the school level. At no point in time have I, as superintendent, ever directed for elimination of self-contained, nor will I ever do that. We will make certain we provide environments for kids where they can handle. I will tell you that in this case, I did look at analytical data, and I see the students who are in this self-contained model are outperforming a number of students in regular general educational classes. So if the students have data that shows that they are accelerating academically, socially, emotionally, and the parents in the IEP meeting and the district staff believe that they can handle it, I'm all for it. I want kids to be able and be ready to compete.
Can I ask a quick
Yes,
question?
ma'am.
When you're talking an inclusion model for these particular children, how many students that are IND or ASD students are going to be in that inclusion classroom?
So through the chair, if you have 20 students, let's just say you have 18 students in the classroom, and Professor, please let get to a point
the
where
teachers are all laughing. Let's try 22, 23.
Let's say if you have 18 in the classroom, and I'm using that because that's the state statute requirements, which we absolutely meet in Clay County. We get to a point where it may be, I don't know, 3 or 4 students that may need to be in that classroom, but you will have an overstaff opportunity where you have support facilitators that will continuously push in, and if ever needed, you'd have support individuals that may have to pull individuals out in order to help them with tiered instruction, help them with differentiation, to help them with behavior disorders, whatever it may be, in order to create comfort. Please know that we are never going to stop a learner from progressing, but we're never going to put a learner in the pool where they can't swim. And there's always going to be life supports ready to go, and we will always continue to make certain that we provide students with the best experience every single day. That has continued to be messaged, and with Mr. Schaefer and this entire cohort, I have not mismessaged that since day one, since we've met. I wish I was brought into the part where in January they asked for inclusive services and they were denied. I don't know why we would ever deny a kid to go to a point where they're inclusive services, and especially when we want them to meet grade level expectations and also have the opportunity for acceleration opportunities as well. Mr. McCauley, anything else?
To the chair, I just want to answer Ms. Bolo's question. Right now, Ms. Collins and her team, along with the ESE staff at the district level, are still looking at how to distribute the students across the different grade levels and the number of classrooms that are available. One thing that we always have to be very mindful of is the number of students with specialized needs in any one classroom, so as not to stack the deck, if you will. I know that Ms. Collins shared with me and Ms. Roth that there's already, I'm looking to Ms. Roth and for guidance, but I want to say something in the neighborhood of 60 to 80 students who are classified as ASD already receiving generalized instruction without any self-contained. So the model exists on that campus. It's already effective for that group of students. And this round, what we wanted to do was try to make it an all-inclusive type of environment for kids who could manage it. Ms. Roth and her team, through some federal dollars, has agreed to put additional resources in that building for this year coming up that they might not have otherwise been allocated based on the model. So there's extra support facilitators and extra inclusion teachers, specifically to the points that have already been made, that when we see kids who are going from self-contained into those general ed classes and the needs of the teachers and the other students, that we can respond immediately and not have those kids sort of suffer through any period of time where it's difficult. We know that it's going to be pardon the use of the word, but it's going to be a transition, and it's going to be hard for moms and dads and kids and teachers, and we get that. There are going to be good days, and there are going to be days when it's like, well, what decision did I just make? But we know that, so Ms. Roth and her team made sure to put extra resources on that campus initially so we can learn from what we're doing.
I have a question. So for the families that don't want their children to go into a inclusion class, do we still have the self-contained, and do we have enough self-contained classes there for those families?
I can't answer your question. To the chair, the idea behind specialized instruction in self-contained settings, particularly with the EBD classification, and now even with the ASD classification, with the LI, all the different classifications that require self-contained. One of the things we heard loud and clear from teachers who were in those settings was that it's difficult to teach when you have multiple grade levels. So whenever we're looking at where to put those self-contained units, over the last year and a half, we've gotten a little more strategic with where we're putting them so that there's multiple units on any one campus, so that no one teacher is being asked to teach K-6 standards. That means we have to be strategic in where we put those units, and in this case, for all of the different classifications with self-contained settings, we try to put them regionally around the district so no one student has to travel far on the bus, and still allow the teachers to be a little more narrow in the scope of the standards that they have to put in front of their kids. So in this case, while there may not be a self-contained room or unit at Fleming Island Elementary, there's also plenty of other schools in our district that don't have self-contained units for ASD classification or others. We have to be strategic in where we put them.
But didn't we have self-contained for the ASD kids?
At Fleming Island?
Fleming Island?
We did.
And so
yes,
now
ma'am.
we're eliminating them, and it's almost like we're punishing those kids and telling them now they have to go to swimming pen. So as a parent, I would feel the same way. I can understand the frustration.
Oh, absolutely.
Because we want consistency for the children. We want what, they're used to and what they're comfortable with, and now we're expecting them to change schools, have a longer bus ride. So if it's at all possible, we need to figure out a way to have the self-contained class. Just me saying it, but
And through the chair, I'll say this: we are not at that point where we've determined that self-contained will not be at that setting. If we get to a point where there is, we have to complete the IEP meetings. If we have 9 or 10 students and parents and caregivers and practitioners that say that's the model in which they want to move forward with, then we will look at potentially leaving that back at Fleming Island in order to not disrupt that learner.
But it seems like we've already disrupted that learner because we had it, and now we've moved it, and we know that there's an outcry of parents that have been here.
So through the chair, that's just through mismessaging that we addressed back in April.
But so that's where my question comes in, because this is my 4th spring on the board, and every spring
there is a pocket of ESE students that we are disrupting something about their unit of whatever it is for their kids, and the parents are not finding out through the proper channels. I'll give you a prime example that was either last year or the year before, and I don't remember exactly because they run together, but I had a parent call me, and she found out her son's ASD unit was moving as she was working at CVS, and a customer said to her, "Well, how do you feel about your child's class moving?" And she said, "My what?" So now she's at work, and she's finding out that her child's unit is moving, and her child's nonverbal. So it's not a situation where he can understand a lot of what's going on. That's only one example. So I understand what these families are saying, and I understand you have not been here for all 4 springs, but my frustration is, how do we stop this from happening? How do we include the parents and the teachers in these conversations, and for the kids who can express how they best learn, the environment they can best learn, how do we include them in that process? And I understand what you're saying about some of them are outperforming gen ed. Maybe they're outperforming gen ed because of the environment they're in. And then if we put them into a different environment, they may not outperform and they may go backward. And I'm not an expert, certainly you all are. But all I'm saying is that as these parents, we keep hearing the same thing over and over. And I know it's not the same units, but it sort of is. And it's so frustrating for me as a board member to every year hear parents express this, and I don't know what the right answers are, but and it's the same thing, that they've heard it from someone else, or they've heard it from somewhere else, or the principal was supposed to tell them, or the ESE people were supposed to tell them. I don't know who's supposed to tell them.
And through the chair, I would say that I can't speak on past experience. I know last year there was no design to move ASD at all last year. From this year, we did try to get in front of it in April. The problem is during the initial meeting in April, there was some mismessaging, which created angst. Hence the reason that I met with 20 individuals in order to talk about next steps and to try to go back and to educate what the overall vision, the plan, and started to involve all of the players so that we can go back and refine the work and refine the message that originally should have been staffed. I will tell you that staff has done a good job with messaging this. They've had multiple parent meetings with all of the parents that are being impacted. So hats off to Jen Collins for, I know initially there was some I guess language that didn't get interpreted the right way, but now they've had another meeting and multiple meetings with parents and also at scale. So I think we're doing a good job with making certain that we're communicating it and having the options for their kid to be successful. I said once I know the IEP meetings are in meetings with parents and district staff are completed, and we hope that to be done in the next couple of weeks, we'll have a better understanding of where we stand. But trust me, we're never going to get to a point where we disrupt learners in the classroom.
The only thing I'm going to say about this is I want to make sure that the parents are involved in this process. You said that you've had multiple.
The school I've had one, and the schools had 2 or 3.
I think it's important that the parents be involved in this and not left out and hear about it at the drugstore. Yeah, for sure.
I don't know about that one.
Okay.
Right, but I still want to say, I just can't be quiet on this. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, we don't want the parents to be upset, but we are disrupting these children that were in self-contained classes that were, and I know, Mr. McCauley and Ms. Roth, this is your area of expertise, but if we had self-contained at Fleming Island Elementary and it was working out just fine and we're making changes, those changes may not be for everybody and not every child. So why are we eliminating them and not leaving some for the children who still need them? That's kind of where I'm confused, because it sounds like you're ready to just move them to Swimming Pen, and that's not the answer.
And so through the chair, and Macaulay, you can come in too as well. I mean, if the board's willing to put an allocation for 3 or 4 students for one teacher to make that happen, then we can make that happen. We're just trying to be fiscally responsible. At the same time, we don't want a teacher to be able to, like Ms. Macaulay said, we don't want a teacher to have to teach 5 or 4 preps, which is extensive. You talk about a teacher who's just teaching math or science and all the prep they have to do and the countless hours they have to put in. it's unfair for us to ask teachers to do all those types of things. It's really unfair. So.
But isn't it, and not to, offend anybody, but by putting these students, including them, in an inclusive class, isn't there somewhat of a disruption at times? I mean, I know I've gotten phone calls about, the teacher having to stop, and I know there's an aide there, but what's it, only 45 minutes out of the day, or an hour and 20 minutes out of the day? They're not there the whole day in that classroom. So you're giving a regular ed teacher her regular kids plus some extra that might require a little more attention. That it is, and I don't mean to use the word disruptive, but it is slowing down the learning process, and it's probably not helping anybody. You're not helping the child that should probably be in the self-contained, and you're not helping the rest of the children that.
And through the chair, hence the reason why we put additional supports there for next year.
I don't know, we've heard an awful lot about it, so just do what's best for the kids.
We always will.
Okay. The next speaker, Leanne Lunsford.
Leanne Lunsford, my address is on file. I'm also here to address what happened on April 20th in Clay County Schools, specifically Fleming Island High School. Superintendent Addison Davis sanctioned the National School Walkout Day in Clay County despite reservations brought up at the board meeting April 5th by Ms. Gelhausen. He ignored the concerns of parents in a subsequent email by Ms. Gelhausen reiterating the divisiveness a political protest evokes. I will note he did have the full support of Ms. Studdard, who gleefully announced she'd walk out with the students that night. Less than 24 hours before this walkout was to take place, Clay County School Board put a post on social media citing you were participating in this national movement, yet tried to change the narrative. That's not how it works, Mr. Davis, but that isn't, you may have leadership in this county, but you cannot change a national narrative, which is a highly political. Either neglecting to research this movement or ignoring implications, you failed to do your due diligence. I could cite numerous articles on the political implications, but I'll read one. They can be found in about 30 seconds. Indivisible, a progressive organizing group founded after the 2016 election, is backing the April 20th walkouts. Students indicated that the April 20th event is a bit more of an open political push for gun reform. By allowing a political protest on school grounds, you erased consequences of missing class truancy and allowed the disruption of class time to many who chose not to participate. The public social media site FIHS Walkout listed many political activist agendas on it. It went on to mention police officers and gun violence. In a time when our law enforcement officers are under attack daily, this was mentioned, painting all police officers in a bad light. In Clay, the majority of our pupils look up to these men and women. How do you think kids that have parents or family members that are in law enforcement felt? Seeing their loved ones painted in a careless light. Most parents, along with the students who were silenced by you, weren't going to participate in the walkout. That changed the second you said it was okay. Instead of allowing their voices to be heard, you silenced them. You confiscated non-political and political items, but only from the opposing view. They were silenced while the underlying movement was allowed to happen. As a leader of schools, you should strive to never silence a child, to make them feel less than, and that is exactly what you did. The end result is you failed. This county, the school system, and most importantly, the kids. This was not a Remembrance Day, and if it is, that's what it would have been called, not a walkout day. So I would ask that you apologize, but after hearing your comments about 5 minutes before the meeting about most of your constituents missed the bus on this, I doubt we'll get an apology.
Liz Crane.
Liz Crane, you have my address on file. I was asked by Sarah Baker, who is a teacher at Middleburg High, to speak before you tonight as she was unable to come tonight. These are her words presented to you tonight. Thank you, members of the school board, for allowing me to be heard tonight, even though I'm unable to be in attendance. Tonight, my children have extracurricular activities, and my husband is working his second job. My husband is Daniel Baker, a Marine Corps veteran, and is now a teacher at Middleburg High. Both have taken additional jobs to try and provide for our own children and encourage them to follow their passions. At this time, our son Gabriel, who is 10, attends Coppergate Elementary and is playing Premier Soccer and will continue football in the fall. Our daughter Isabella is 9 and is an extremely talented dancer and has begun dancing competitively. These are activities that they love, never complain about, and look forward to each day they attend. You may be thinking, what does this have to do with us? Why does this matter? Over the past few days, I've been looking at our household budget. We work extra jobs to make these activities for our children possible. When the new insurance rates were posted for the 18-19 school year, I was in shock with the nearly 30% increase. Since both my husband and I are both employees of the school board, we have no other job for which to choose our insurance plan. We are looking at about $200 more a paycheck, and if you multiply this by 20 pay periods, about $4,000 for the year. We are already working additional jobs, and there is no way we could work any more and still be a family unit. The only option would be to stop all of our children's extracurricular activities. How am I supposed to tell my children that because the school board would not increase their contribution, they will no longer be able to participate in these activities that they love? What words could I form to ease their broken hearts? I know we like to boast that Clay County is the top 10 in many categories throughout the state when it comes to testing and education of our students. Do you want to boast about how you haven't increased your contribution since 2010? How we are at the top 10 of the lowest contributors to insurance by any district? I know outside forces are pressuring you, but heed the pressure from within your own ranks, your teachers and non-instructional staff. We have elected you to represent us, fight for us, protect us. That time is now for you to step up to the plate and make things right. Increase your contribution, bring it to the levels that have been neglected for the past 8 years. Be a part of the reason that my children are able to continue with activities that they so love and enjoy. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Graham Yurka.
My name is Graham Yurka and my address is on file. I'm also here to talk about the walkout, but I am not angry or I would say more frustrated with the events that took place. I understand that the action of taking flags, that was based on your policy. That was what the policy was. The people that walked out didn't have signs, they didn't have flags. So based on the policy, the conservative, I told them, I said, a lot of people ask me, what should we do? I said, you know, if you want to wear like a Trump shirt or a pro-gun shirt, wear it. Don't get near the protesters. Just stay away from it. Don't cause conflict. That's where I was standing. I didn't want any conflict. Well, there was. It got national, not really local attention for our principal, negative media attention. One of the negative things from people on my side bringing flags. But I'm not trying to excuse the conflict, their disobedience of the policy, but I am trying to explain why the policy shouldn't have been in place in the first place. You say in your email to the principals and regarding the walkout, the district's participation in this national movement will stay centered around the remembrance of victims and will not focus on political expression, or this planned event will not allow students to participate in political movements and will only be centered around the remembrance of the victims. Later on you say this planned event will not allow students to participate in political movements, but then you say employees will not be active participants in any walkout. Why? School board policy does not allow any employees to engage in any political movement. But if it's not a political movement, what would prohibit the staff and faculty from engaging in the walkout? I don't know if you realize that it was a political movement. There's people that talked about the Instagram page that was posted. They're in their bio, they have the website, the March for Our Lives. Their posts, I have all the screenshots. I have screenshots of one of the lady who spoke, her daughters, who harassed us because we did not support the walkout. And that's what we go through on a daily basis. We hear these things, and when we try and speak out, I'm not saying you silenced us, but it seems like to a majority of people on the surface that's what it is. And I did say at the last school board meeting we could prevent this by not allowing the walkout, because it brings unnecessary conflict and negative attention nationwide to our district. And I understand that you were trying to make the best decision. You're trying to allow these people to walk out because they felt like they had to do something. But the national walkout was the same day, same time, same things. I could show you all the reasons they're walking out for more gun control and all this. It was political. I wanted to read the definition of political. It's anything that relates to a governmental body. And as an elected official, as soon as you showed up to Fleming Island High School, it was political because you were supporting a movement. And the movement itself might not have been political, but it could look like, just a political tactic. I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but see the definitions. It's important for us to be careful. And, I'm not trying, I don't want to come across as angry. I'm not angry. It seems as though there's a lot of confusion and I would like to know what you have to say about the thing. Sorry, yes ma'am. Do you have any comments on?
Are you through?
Yes ma'am, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Davis?
Yeah, so thank you. And first let me clarify, the statement about missing the bus was directly linked to Mrs. Marks. She's a principal at Rideout. She had an issue that we were talking about at her school, so we were addressing that issue with her. Ms. Marks is actually here. They were trying to problem solve and help her, so I don't know who the other comment was directed to. But nonetheless, as you know, Clay County District Schools was not in session on March the 14th, and this was a day for the National Walkout for the Remembrance for the lives lost in Parkland, Florida. And there was this time we were on spring break, and our kids did not get an opportunity to reflect and remember the educators and the students that were impacted. So on the 20th, there was identified as a national walkout throughout the nation for students. And my initial thought was, no, we are not going to participate in any national walkout. However, after listening to students, listening to leaders, and it was evident that our children wanted an opportunity to express their heartfelt condolences and they express their unity with teachers, with students, with family members through the tragic event in Parkland. And therefore, I linked in immediate engagement with my cabinet and also the chief of secondary education in the problem solving for them to devise a plan with secondary principals that was not politically made up at all. It was simply a memorial for the lives lost. I allowed every principal in this district from the high school level to select, how they would memorialize these students. I asked them to come up with a plan, whether it was moments of silence in their classrooms, whether it was a Socratic seminar, whether it was a opportunity for them to to journal, reflect, whether it was a discussion in the classroom, whether it was to standing up and having a moment of silence of 17 seconds or 17 minutes or finding a place within their school. I allowed principals to work side by side their student body leadership to decide what was best. Addison Davis didn't select a courtyard. Addison Davis didn't select a football field. Addison Davis allowed the principals to work with students, the principals to work with teachers, to figure out what was the best for the remembrance of the lives of Parkland. Principals did a great job of that. From the superintendent perspective, my role is to ensure that we are prepared regardless of what happens outside of Clay County. And I made it very clear that this was not politically motivated or engaged. It was a remembrance. Therefore, I sent out parent links to principals to send to teachers. I created and developed a FAQ for educators that is sort of centered around for stakeholders. I put the FAQ online. I put the FAQ on our social media, and I asked leaders to actively engage our students about the expectations centered around this issue. Additionally, to ensure a safe environment, I supported principals in their individual plans for the memorial. In the schools in which they assigned, I assigned district staff to go to schools to provide supports and to be able to go and support our principals and support our students who had a voice of remembering and reflecting the lives of Parkland. From my side, I got assigned, but I got assigned to Fleming Island. I didn't ask to go to Fleming Island, but I got assigned to Fleming Island. Like everyone else, I went and I supported the principal. It was the principal's election and selection to use the courtyard. Upon arrival, 150 students, I would say, gathered within a circle within Fleming Island, within the courtyard, stood there very graciously, very maturely, and associated as they stood there in complete silence, demonstrating the Remembrance for the Lives Lost. As they came on the backside, there was 20 to 25 students on the back of the courtyard, and I would say, I'm giving you a guesstimate of 20, 25. I see Principal Pittman walk directly towards two students who had a flag that was probably around, excuse me, I didn't have measure tape, 24 to 36 inches of long, and it also had a point at the end of it. We see he sees, and I see, we all see the chief. We see students sword fighting with these flags, poking each other and running around. Mr. Pittman immediately, not directed by Superintendent Addison Davis, not directed by the Chief of Secondary Education, went and confiscated the flags from these students because he's a good leader and took the flags because it became a disruption to the environment. It had nothing to do about the right of the First Amendment right. When students were poking each other and running from each other, it became a safety to them and safety to others. As he took those flags, I saw two students run into the cafeteria because it was during class change as well. It was in the middle of class change, and kids were still reflecting respectfully. I go into the cafeteria, I see the student running with a flag. He comes to a point, tries to hide it in his jacket. I asked for the flag respectfully. I got the flag, and I explained to the young man, if you fall, you hurt yourself. If you get to a point and you're outside and you're sword fighting, you hurt yourself. So I'm going to protect you and others. It's a disruption. You can't do it. I openly walk to Mr. Pittman, who's talking to a young lady, to a student who has a flag up, and he didn't take that flag. And I give him a flag, and I walk away to go to ensure we have a safe environment for the rest of the perspectives. So when we talk about, whether or not what this environment and what we created, what we did was I work with leaders to create a remembrance for students, and to a point where it is unfortunate that some of these individuals did not adhere to the expectations established in the protocol. It's unfortunate that they did not honor this exercise. As a community member and educator, I couldn't imagine being exposed to the horrific act in Parkland. And as an educator, we're only hours away. If you don't believe that adults and children are impacted from that, you're sadly mistaken. They are. This had nothing to do with First Amendment rights. This had nothing to do with Second Amendment rights. And as superintendent, I'm heartbroken that some individuals tried to take a memorial and transform it to a political statement. I'm also surprised that maybe some of the team members may use it to their political advantage. From my side, as a civic leader, I fully stand by the First Amendment and certainly protect against government censorship and protected speech, whether that's political opinion, whether that's freedom and religious expression. But there was no censorship or even protected expressions in this event. Here I pause and I'd ask if, Mr. D'Agata, your sense of the First Amendment and also your sense of this incident, I'd like to get your viewpoint because, while Mr. Christensen is correct, when he says a picture's worth 1,000 words, it only tells a part of the story. It doesn't tell the whole story. And it's sad. And I'm not going to go out there and paint this big issue that's not an issue. It's really not. We were being respectful for the lives. If I was a superintendent in Parkland and I was a student, I want to reflect. I reflected with my two children who go to Oakleaf and Oakleaf Junior High School. We reflected in our house. And we talked about if you had friends involved, if you had engaged involved. And the young lady that went to Poe, my daughter knew, we had that opportunity. My kids stayed in the class during this opportunity for reflecting because we did it at home because we are avid Second Amendment right advocates. And we talk about what this involved with the remembrance and when they had a time to reflect. So, Mr. D'Agata, anything from your side, from your perspective?
Well, I agree with your characterization of things, and would only add and maybe put a sharper point on it that really I think that a false narrative may have arisen where I'm hearing the words protesters and versus volunteer participants in a remembrance. I believe it all depends on how you see the world, okay? But here's what matters with respect to public schools. Public schools are not completely open forums. They are not a sidewalk or a street. They are controlled settings. And here we have all of the indicators of a very controlled setting. which I can't articulate it any further than you have, Mr. Superintendent, with respect to the constraints that were placed on this and the purpose, the stated purpose of the remembrance. Ultimately, in the law, I do not see the implication of the First Amendment here. I simply don't, because there wasn't the creation of a public forum. That's how a lawyer looks at this. Let's see if there's a public forum here. Here there was not. Basically, you opened up the walls of a classroom. I didn't see what I saw, what I observed on the internet and read, along with our statements, the district statements. I didn't see that the district permitted or endorsed a specific political message. So that didn't open a forum. And the confiscation of flags did not appear, from what I know and what I've observed, was not driven by content. It wasn't viewpoint driven. It was driven for the welfare of kids. So I simply don't see that there was an implication of the First Amendment here.
And thank you, sir. And, you know, we will not create and did not create a public forum for national debates on the 20th. We created an opportunity to remember. I'm sorry, I'm really passionate about this. I take my job extremely serious. I take our work serious. You know, I've had about 10 phone calls from local individuals that have emailed me. I've spoken to every one of them to explain the entire story, and they get it. They agree there's disruption. I wish individuals that were here tonight would have reached out so that we can have the discussion in a deeper manner. But let me tell you this, I'm extremely proud of the junior high school and the high school students, teachers, and leaders that really held a respectful remembrance. I thank you for your leadership, your ability to create a respectful, a safe, a courteous, and non-political environment. I applaud Mr. Pittman for having the foresight for going to see and stopping the disruption, which I didn't ask him to do, and that's just part of good leadership. And we will continue to support everyone to make certain. Put yourself in this situation. For those who are in attendance tonight, those who are watching, imagine that you're at a pep rally. Imagine that you're at a student assembly. Imagine that you're at a movie. Imagine you're at a dinner. Imagine you're at a place where you feel most comfortable, and you see individuals running around with objects that could potentially hurt themselves or hurt others. You know, should we allow that to happen? Is it a disruption? I can tell you, on the 20th, we addressed the disruption to create a respectful environment. As my job, I will never allow an educator to trample the First Amendment rights or infuse our personal outlooks on civil rights. Ever. Will not happen. And additionally, as superintendent, I will continue to respect the voices of our students and their rights, civil rights, every single day, and their constitutional rights every single day. And we talk about the Second Amendment. This board knows 6 months of a year, from August 15th until January 1st, on every Saturday and Sunday, Addison Davis is in South Carolina in a tree stand. Thank you.
I do want to say one thing, and then I'm going to let it go. I have read about what a horrible person I am on Facebook until I'm sick to death of it. I've been called Mrs. Stuttert. I have been told, and tonight this lady said I was gleefully something or another. Let me tell you, when students want to have a moment of silence out of respect for students who lost their lives in South Florida. Now, I didn't go back and watch the board meeting. I don't know what I said. I probably said something like, I support the students, I would stand with them. I didn't go down to any school that morning because the superintendent sent us an email, and there was 2 or 3 administrators at every school. I thought, I don't need to be there. And look what happened to him for being there. But I was not gleeful last month. When I'm gleeful, y'all know I'm gleeful. I wasn't gleeful. You don't get gleeful about trying to show some respect for people who've lost their lives and for the students who want to show that respect. And what I am saying is I support the students who had enough respect and dignity to stand in remembrance of those who lost their lives. And that's all I have to say about it. And I was accused of plotting and planning with the superintendent to arrange all this. Do you know when I found out about it? When we all did, when he talked to us at the board meeting. You know, I haven't been conniving, colluding, or setting up anything. And, you know, if people want to post on Facebook, they ought to get their facts straight, or better yet, pick up the phone and call me. I'll be glad to talk to them. Amen.
Madam Chair, could I just say that I don't think that it's... I happen to have a child in Clay County schools. My child did not participate. That was a personal decision made in the Condon household.
Right.
And I don't think there's any less respect that my child chose not to participate. And there's a message tonight that's being sent that I don't know how many of our students participated in it, but it feels to me like there's a message being sent that if you didn't stand up and walk out of your classroom, that we don't have respect for you. We have tremendous respect for all of our students. So we need to have unity. Today, at the National Day of Prayer service, there was a theme of unity for our nation. We need to have unity in our school district and really send that message to our students that as adults, we will respect each other and we respect the students as well.
You know, judge not lest you be judged. I agree with you completely. We're not sitting in judgment of students who chose not to, but we also need not to be judging the students who chose to have that moment of silence or whatever. But we need to work together on this, and this has turned into a divisive item. And I think some people are gleeful over it becoming a divisive item. And so with that, I will hush. Okay, adoption of consent agenda. We did have one item pulled, C6. And I'll entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda except for the item pulled.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion by Ms. Bola, second by Ms. Condon. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say no. Motion carries 5-0.
Ms. Studdard, could we take a quick 5-minute recess before we continue?
Yeah, let me go as soon as we vote. Okay, this would be a good time to take a, you want 5 minutes? Yes. 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Facilities restricted sales tax. Hey, what's up?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll be seated, we'll resume the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will be seated, we'll resuming the meeting. Before we go any further, did we already pass the consent agenda? Okay. I thought we had. It's with the item pool. Okay. We just, in the consent agenda, when we passed it, approved a proclamation for Mental Health Month, and I'd like to read this into the record. Whereas mental health is essential to everyone's overall health and well-being, and whereas all Americans experience times of difficulty and stress in their lives, and whereas prevention is an effective way to reduce the burden of mental health conditions, and whereas there is strong research that shows diet, exercise, sleep, and stress management can help all Americans protect their health and well-being, and whereas mental health conditions are real and prevalent in our nation, and whereas with effective treatment, those individuals with mental health conditions can recover and lead full, productive lives, and whereas each business, school, government agency, healthcare provider, organization, and citizen shares the burden of mental health problems and has a responsibility to promote mental wellness and support prevention efforts. Now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of Clay County, Florida does hereby proclaim May as Mental Health Month in Clay County District Schools. We call upon the citizens, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools in Clay County to recommit our community to increasing awareness and understanding of mental health, the steps our citizens can take to protect their mental health, and the need for appropriate and accessible services for all people with mental health conditions. Duly adopted and approved by the School Board of Clay County, Florida, this 3rd day of May, 2018. Next, we have CCEA update. Is anyone here to speak on behalf of Rena Lee Paiva? Laura Mayberry.
She must be really mad at y'all if she sent me. Anything nice is coming from her. So just a couple of things that Renee wanted me to speak about tonight. For one of them, we're very concerned about what's going on with the self-contained units at Fleming Island Elementary. I know a few parents have spoken out about that. We just want to make sure that IEPs are driving those decisions and that parents are in on those decisions as well. So we are looking forward to hearing about the district's plan for how they're going to make sure that we're meeting the needs of the children first in those areas. I'm sure that you guys heard some laughter from the crowd when Mr. Davis spoke about 18 students in our elementary classes. I think we all know that that's not happening, and there's a difference between the letter of the law and the intent of the law, and I understand that we're meeting the letter of the law, but we are not meeting the intent of the law. The voters of Florida twice voted on that class size amendment, and they did not mean school averages. That's not what parents and teachers want, and we know that that's not what's best for kids. So we're just hoping that we can work together to try and meet the intent of that law, not just the letter of that law. Also, I want to urge you all to look at all the SRO options that are put forward to you tonight. We ask that you don't succumb to pressure from outside organizations that may want us to go with the most expensive option. I understand it's not very politically savvy to talk about this because it sounds like we're not about the safety of our students, and that's what we're about. We're about the safety of our students and our teachers. We always say that our teachers' work environment is our students' learning environment, so we're concerned about all parties involved. But other parties in this county have made it very clear that they don't want to have anything to do with this issue, that it is our responsibility. So I don't think that they should necessarily have anything to do with the decision making. I think it needs to happen between the board and teachers and discussions about what we think is best to cover safety. And if this truly was the best way to keep our students safe, I'm assuming the state would have fully funded it. So the fact that the state did not fully fund it must mean that they don't have true confidence in that this is the approach that is best for our safety. On a lighter note, we are very excited to hear about our projected enrollment going up by about $500 students, which would equate, I think $500 is what the state gave us. That our projected enrollment is expected to increase by 500 students, which would be about $8.2 million in new funding. So we're excited about spending that. I know most of that's probably going to be spent on the SROs. So I saw the sheriff here earlier. I thought maybe he had come to arrest y'all. So I'm glad to see that you're still here.
Hey, I'm ready.
We're also very excited to see on the agenda that the board is considering a millage increase to provide our schools with the funding we so desperately need. You know, I've always said that we don't have a cost problem anymore, we have a revenue problem. So we look forward to supporting you all in that. And knowing that we have to reach out to the community and ask them to support it too. We continue to send people to Tallahassee who take our public tax dollars and give them away to private schools via voucher schemes. And so I've said this before, if they're not going to take care of our kids, then we're going to have to take care of our kids. And there's a lot of needs that need to be taken care of. So I'm just hoping that the people of Clay County step up and do that. Just the last couple of things. A lot of people have come here tonight to speak about the issue at Fleming Island High School. And for CCEA, we're not trying to get into the pro or anti Second Amendment issue. We're concerned about our teachers' working conditions. Florida is a two-party consent state, which means you have to be consented to being recorded. So the student at Fleming Island was in violation of not only the student code of conduct, but in violation of the law. And so I'm just very concerned as a teacher that are my rights going to be protected by my employer? I think every teacher out there that saw that video thought, that could have been me. I think all of our hearts go out to the principal at Fleming Island, knowing how many times have we gotten into some sort of a conflict or something being taken out of context, and now that students know that they can just whip their phones out and record us and that nothing is going to be done to them, that's a very dangerous precedent to set. So we just, we ask that you look into that. I understand there was a situation, I believe, at Keystone today, but that was, I believe, handled, I think, in the correct way. So I don't have all the details about that, but I just understand that there was action taken. And then lastly, this is not just me being selfish. I promise you, Rena Lee told me to do this. I would like to take a minute to brag about a group of students doing the right thing. On April 20th, a group of OPHS students created a beautiful memorial to honor the lives of their peers, which was the original intended purpose of that day. These students met with our principal for over a month to discuss the best way to honor the lives that have been lost to gun violence. And I'd love to encourage everyone to stop by our school and see this memorial. It's still standing, just as beautiful as the day that it was put up. You can also just go to our Facebook page and scroll down to April 20th if you want to see it. I know I emailed all the board members and sent you guys a link because sometimes, bad news travels faster and further than good news, and I just hate that all the good things that happened at our schools by our students are being overshadowed by that. So I just want to give a swords up shout out to the Orange Park High students and our principal, Clayton Anderson, for doing a good job. They held a wonderful memorial, honored that day with grace and maturity, so I just want to thank them for that. Thank you.
Miss Mayberry, could you send that to me, please, because I didn't get it, and I'm sure it's because my email address is not betsy.condon, it's Elizabeth. Hopefully IT will fix it. Okay, thanks, I appreciate it.
Well, I didn't get it.
Well, she probably sent it to Betsy instead of Elizabeth.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I didn't see it. I'll check, and sometimes it's the that junk folder too.
Okay, next CESPA update. CESPA update is Teresa Dixon or anyone here to speak for Teresa? No? Okay. Superintendent's update and presentation. Oh boy, here we go.
Oh, fun. Okay, so this evening I want to, got pretty fast. I want to speak to a number of initiatives that we're launching and continue to do great work in Clay County. I totally agree that we should be focused on the positive things that we're doing in order to improve the experiences for our kids. So tonight I want to introduce the Superintendent Student Advisory Council, which we are going to launch tomorrow. We will discuss it this evening for students to get involved. I want to share the findings from our Listen and Learn meetings. I want to discuss the in-school SAT results and also Clay history curriculum that we will be implementing in our 8th grade moving forward. So as Superintendent's Advisory Council coming in, I wanted to make certain that we had the voice of our students. And in order for us to play, and for me to be, in the trenches with our kids to talk about proactive measures that we can do in order to enhance their experiences. Therefore, I will be creating a Superintendent's Advisory Council, and the purpose is for them to have students to have direct communication, interact with the superintendent in order for us to problem solve and decision make, and to make Clay County continue to grow collectively with their voice. For any students who are going to be eligible for the Superintendent's Advisory Council, this is going to be open to any 7th through 12th grade student. We will take 2 scholars per grade level. Individuals must be in Clay County District School System, and they must complete the Superintendent Student Advisory Council application process, which we will launch online under my header, which I'll show you in a minute. And if selected to do an interview, we'll have an interview committee. They must bring recommendations as well, and all this will be online. And they must obtain parent or guardian approval to be actively engaged in this process. As we seek about the applications, we will start it and launch it in the morning, and then we will have a deadline of June 1st for 2018. So what are the benefits for being part of this Student Advisory Council is for them to be a voice for improving our district, as I said. And additionally, we will teach them how to develop leadership skills, speaking skills, decision-making, team-building skills. We will allow them to gain access to supporters and mentors and student advocates within our school district. We will look at strengthening their resume and and helping them and coaching them to make identifying their pathway for becoming that full option graduate, and helping them with college applications and potential scholarships. Requirements is that they will have to make certain that they're committed to 8 months of meeting with me, and which will start in September, which would be, my cabinet say, is very tough to deal with. We'll start in September and we will end in May. This will be meetings with bi-monthly leadership. They'll be exposed to my cabinet meetings sometimes, bi-monthly meetings with my staff, so they can really see the inner workings of a superintendent within this organization. And they'll definitely have some input of what we're doing to develop policies and also best practices in our school district. So I'm really excited to get students involved in our decision making. It'll be on it may go on live tonight, but potentially tomorrow. You'll see go to the Superintendent tab under our new great attractive website, and then they can find the information about it along with the application process where they get involved. This is just another outreach for me as superintendent to work with children, even though I'm in schools as much as I can be. And I think this is a great opportunity for students who want to become advocates and advisory within the school district. In addition, I went on my Listen and Learn tours. I went to a number of feeders in order to speak about the safety and security of our school district. Whereas we, may not have had the greatest attendance in every one of our sessions, we had a number of people that were watching on Facebook. I believe at one school, when I went to Oakleaf, I may have had 35 in attendance, but over 1,000 watched it live on Facebook. So thank y'all for being connected in one way or another. We know it's very difficult for you to attend meetings all the time with your children or actively involved in activities in school and work as well. But nonetheless, when we talk about Listen and Learns, one thing I found is that our community just wants to be actively engaged and involved. They want to know what steps we're taking in order to secure our campuses. What are we doing for intruder drills? How are we addressing emergency and crisis management plans? How are we protecting our teachers? What are we doing as it relates to safety within our school district? In addition, that we found out that they were uninformed of Senate Bill 7026 and how that impacted us from a financial standpoint. The ask or the determination that we would place resource officers at every one of our schools. They didn't understand the mental health side of it and the new requirements as it relates to the intruder drill. So we had some fantastic dialogue with every one of our constituents. I had staff there, I had law enforcement there, the sheriff's office was there to show the collaboration and to be able to speak to the work. In addition, we just feel that I feel that there's a willingness to support. We have parents that were excited to move forward to figure out what we can do to have more funding to generate harden our structures or to pay for resource officers within our school district, and they're more than willing. They just wanted to know how they could be an advocate for this school district because they know that education is a foundation of Clay County. In addition, they wanted a better understanding of mental health. What are we doing in reference to better servicing our kids? How are we leveraging school psychologists, social workers, school counselors, outside partners with Clay Behavior, also Right Path, in order to make certain that we bring in everyone to the table to help coach our students who may be exposed to a number of undesired behaviors and help them in order to be successful. So many thanks to everyone that had to hear me for 6 or 7 times say the same story over and over and over. We appreciate your dedication and thank you for being a partner. New for Clay County, one thing that I came in, I said I wanted to make certain that we create full option graduates in the sense of getting kids prepared to either go to the workforce, go to college or the military. But we wanted to make certain we continue to have an uptick in post-secondary education, post-secondary readiness, and that's allowing our students to be competitive, whether it's through the PERT, whether it's through ACT or SAT. One thing we did do is we brought SAT into our schools to help our juniors and to help our seniors. This is a new initiative in Clay County that we just implemented. This has a number of benefits for our schools, that it gains greater access to our kids while they're on campus. It doesn't disrupt their weekend, and when kids go to school every single day, Monday through Friday, they want their weekends. So we're trying to find a way to protect that weekend, and it shows an opportunity for our kids to have greater accessibility, greater access to national level assessments that will allow them to do so much more greater pathways and things as they transition to post-secondary readiness or out of Clay County District schools. And the big thing is that while they're on campus and they take this assessment, it gives them 50% extra time than whether they did it on a weekend. They get a chance to take that internally and have more time on task in order to have greater success. And this eliminates any barriers where kids don't have transportation to get to our schools. Kids sometimes have to work on the weekends. We get to provide this opportunity for our kids internally, which gives them a sense of hope and accessibility. And I want you to look at the numbers. We launched this on March the 7th, and in the school district, 70% of the students that took it that day met the concordant score and passed the SAT, which is awesome, effort from our teachers, awesome effort for our students in making this right. We see some schools had some really significant gains with Ridgeview and also Fleming Island, but we see that this will be a continued offering that we have in our school district to better prepare our students to be successful in the long run. Finally, the board, when I first got here, they wanted the Clay County history to be embedded into our curriculum. So our launch date is going to be late May, and promises made, promises kept. So we're bringing this to every 8th grade class in our school district, in our U.S. history courses. Hats off to the work that Mr. Connor, his team has put, Mrs. Watts and Mrs. Gomez, who've done great work to make this come a reality. They linked with so many local historians. They linked with so many teachers and so many individuals that has such a great venue and understanding of our rich history in Clay County. And they're bringing a rigorous inquiry-based learning process to our kids. They will look at history that's from 1870 and launches all the way to the present. They'll be able to look at archive documents. They'll look at historical, land sites within our school district, look at influential figures in order to have a better understanding of what Clay is all about. So thank each of you for pushing me to implement this, and we're excited to get it into our classrooms. And that's it. It's not a lot today.
I don't usually comment on what you say. But I'm going to say this.
Here we go. It's been one of those nights already.
The history element coming in, I am just absolutely thrilled. Dr. Stallman, have you finished Margaret's story yet? Okay. I loaned it to her a few months ago. She's going to finish it up. But let me tell you, just knowing things like in Clay County, if you just get everybody to go read Margaret's story and actually go down to the church and walk among the tombstones and see the names that you're reading in the book, it set me on fire. So I have been pestering this man and Dr. Stallman, and then I went to a meeting with Kelly White and all of the historical people from the county, and they have just done an amazing job, and I am so excited that this is going to be presented, because we have kids who don't understand the history right here in Clay County.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate it, and I have to forfeit. I got a couple more minutes. I'm sorry. I'd like to
Oh, dear.
to relieve and transfer to Dr. Lagucco.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wanted to have Ms. Gann come up to speak at the podium for just about less than 5 minutes, if I could, just to give you an update on the insurance, please.
Oh, okay. I wondered why you were sitting back there. I thought, good grief, slow TV night.
For all of you that don't know me, my name is Sheila Gann. I'm the coordinator of health benefits for the school district. Just to give a little update of where we're at with insurance and exactly the process that we go through. We get our renewal from our medical carrier and all of our carriers that we have new renewals with. We have received our United Healthcare renewal. When it first came out, it actually was a 41.07% renewal. That was before reform items, commissions, and fees. However, they did a suggested renewal action, which in our terms means they made a business decision, and they came back with a 29.5%. As of today, we do have it down to 28%.
Whoopee.
Okay, every percent counts. So let me explain why our rates are where they are. There's several reasons for that. One is because our claims are higher than the premiums that we're paying. We have several very large claims. We have 33% of our claims that's over $50,000. So if you think about it, last year our renewal came in at 31%, but we had a 10% rate cap. So we were already in the hole 20% when we started this year. Then our claims have progressively declined. Another thing that hurts us is because the national average on annual premiums per employee per month is around $12,000. Our premiums, our annual premium per employee per month on our middle plan is around $7,000. So there's a big gap there in what the national average is and what our average is. So what are we going to do about it? Well, the next step is we have been working very diligently to come up with some plan design changes to take to the insurance committee. When I look at those, I am trying to get insurance changes that's going to have the least impact to the majority of our people. So when I look at it, I'm looking at co-pays, I'm looking at your primary care and your pharmacy, because that's the two highest utilized that we have. So when we look to make them, we're looking at your max out of pocket, we're looking at your deductible, which please remember, two of your plans, the only time you ever meet that deductible is if you're going in the hospital. Well, we all know if you have 24-hour stay in the hospital, you're not only going to meet your deductible, 9 times out of 10, you meet your max out of pocket. So we take it to the insurance committee, and for those of you that don't know, the committee is comprised of 3 CCA members, 3 CESPA members, and 3 administrators. I do not vote on this committee, I only bring the information and make recommendations. It is up to the committee to make the recommendation to the board. But in the end, all these designs lie with the board. You have the authority, it is up to you to either approve what they recommend or ask for something different. We all have to work together collaboratively between us, the unions, and when I'm looking at it, I have to look for our entire population, not just one side of the house or the other. And I'm also have to take in consideration the district, what the money is that we're trying to spend and the best way to utilize it. So please know that I don't take this renewal lightly. We will be meeting next Tuesday. Once the committee is done, then it's up to bargaining. We do not discuss rates. We only look at the total premiums, because that is totally up to bargaining to decide how it's split. Our carriers don't know who pays what. They just know they get their monthly premium. After bargaining is done, then I also have to look at annual enrollment. And it has been said that I'm going to do a paper enrollment this year. That is absolutely not true. We will have a brand new web enrollment system, which I'm very proud of. It's got a lot of good features to it. We've negotiated extremely hard to keep our rate that we're going to be paying for that very close to what we were paying back in 2010. It's got a feature to where everybody will be able to enroll via a mobile unit, which is your smartphone, a tablet, or the desktop. So that should alleviate a lot of problems that we've had in the past. Not to mention it has a really new feature called a decision-making tool, which means when you go in to select your medical plans, let's say you've had 4 visits to your doctor, you take a certain medication every year, you've had a hospital visit, or you know you've got one coming, you'll be able to plug that in, and then it's going to give you the actual cost of what you would pay out of pocket, not just for the doctor's visits, but premiums too, compared against all 3 plans. So this should help a lot for employees to make those decisions. And if they're ever in doubt, they can always come to us. We will try to help them work through it. Annual enrollment will begin July 24th through August the 21st. We will be holding group meetings at every school this year. We felt compelled that we should because of all the changes that's coming down. We also have a couple of after-school meetings at 4 o'clock here at the TTC. I will start posting all this information on our website so we can get it out sooner rather than later. I know that also self-insured has been a big topic. Please know that just because one district goes self-insured and they can do it for a certain premium amount doesn't mean that that's the right decision for Clay County or the wrong. First, you have to really analyze everything that you're looking at. You have to get all the data and all the facts. The only analysis that we've had on self-insured was from the 16-17 year, and it showed then that to go self-insured, our premiums would have to be $838 per employee per month, okay? Then you have to factor in all the other things that the state, the 112.08 and everything else that the state does. So it's not something that you go into lightly or you're going to do it in a year. It takes several years. Alachua County is a good example. It took them a couple of years of having their consultant analyze their data and for them to start their funding process to be prepared to go. Am I saying it's right or wrong? No, I'm just telling you I don't have all the information, and it could be a good thing or it could be a bad one. It's just something that we'll have to look at more. The only other thing that I wanted to cover was our wellness program. Please know that we're doing everything that we can to help our employees. We started out the year with the flu vaccination clinics. We did biometric screenings. We've done Color Your Plate at some of the schools, and it's where we buy local produce, and we go there and we serve like a sample during the lunch hours for our employees and give them a recipe of that. We've done Million Mile month of April, and we've had a tremendous turnout and a lot more participation this year. We will have someone representing at the mental health conference that's going to be held at 2 schools. So we'll have information there for all of our employees, and don't forget we have the Employee Assistance Program that is available to all employees. And to end it on a really good note, we received an award last week. It was the First Coast Worksite Wellness Conference Award, and we applied for the first time. And you have 4 levels you can get: a bronze, silver, gold, and platinum, and we landed gold right off the bat. So know that we'll be shooting for platinum next year. Does anybody have any questions for me on the insurance or anything else?
I have one. So what is your deadline as far as the board reaching a decision on, and I know that's all bargaining on what we're going to contribute, but you have to put together the information for open enrollment, and they need to know, I guess you probably need to know where we're going with that before you can do. what you need to do. So explain that process to us.
Well, the first thing I have to look at is when payroll's due, and then when they're going to cut me out of their system, and then I backdate that. For your purposes, I have to have information ready for the web enrollment system. Normally, they like 30 days prior to have our rates set. I've had in-depth conversations with them. They've backed it up to 10 days before annual enrollment starts that I can give them final rates. Now, just know in the past, when we have not had a contract, we've had it changed, and then we had to go back and fix all of it. So, I mean, if it comes down to it, we list what we have when we start annual enrollment, but our drop dead date for the web enrollment portion of it is July the 14th. Printing is by the end of June. So our books, posters, everything else, I have to have something to start with by the end of June in order to get it printed and back to our office to be distributed before annual enrollment.
So just with May and half of June, that's 6 weeks.
Yeah, time flies, don't it? Anything else? Thank you. Y'all have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Goodness gracious. You're through? Okay. Okay. Let's see. We're now entering the discussion items. I was asked by Mr. Broski if I would be so kind as to move D3 up to the beginning, that the gentleman needs to leave. So if that suits the board, we'll start with D3. And I do have 2 cards on this. The first is Eric Holzhauser.
Thank you very much. I'm Eric Holzhauser. I'm a district employment lawyer, and I've been asked by your superintendent to for a favorable vote on his recommendation for dismissal of a certain non-instructional person. Subject, of course, to the due process that this individual has with a right for a hearing, full evidentiary hearing, and then a recommended order that goes to this board. This particular individual is in a position that involved driving students, and because of that, it was considered a safety-sensitive position subject to random drug testing. This person was selected for random drug testing on November 28th. And on December 4, the results came back on that test positive for cocaine and marijuana. The school board's policy makes clear that violation of the policy subjects the employee to discipline up to and including discharge. The school board policy also gives the individual a right to have the sample retested within 72 hours. This particular individual's made some noise about having the sample retested, kept putting it off. The district allowed well more than 72 hours, and then she finally decided she was not going to have that sample retested, but went instead to another testing facility to have a drug test 2.5 months after the first one. What happened in the interim is she was suspended without pay on January 8th. And then after she got the drug test results back, her attorney told us and showed us the sample that she took a hair follicle sample that came back negative.
Excuse me, point of order. Madam Chair, isn't this a confidential item that we're not supposed to be discussing? And yet you're stating and laying out everything that was the confidential backup information that the board received. Now, we have always been told we don't discuss it. It's confidential. Yet you are going step by step, everything that, we can't have it both ways, Mr. Broski. You got to make your decision. Do we keep it confidential or not?
Well, we're not. Well, I've been instructed I'm not disclosing the name of the individual involved.
You're disclosing all the information about this individual.
All right.
Madam Chair, I don't agree with this.
Wait a
I think
minute.
this is way out of line.
Mr. D'Agata.
Yeah, this is not way out of line. So there has been the charges and administrative complaint. There's been a response challenging the charges and requesting an administrative hearing. Next step, if the board is so inclined, it will entertain the request or petition for a hearing, and that is all public. It is available to the public immediately. So the way that we proceeded in the past may have been that you keep everything sealed and so on and so forth. But in the normal course of things, at this point, it is appropriate. There's nothing wrong with talking about the substance of the charges. And I think it's also appropriate to maintain, to the extent possible, the confidentiality and don't disclose the employee's identity.
So are you saying after Mr. Holzhauser finishes talking, and then we have one other card on this, that this board can sit here and talk about, not using the employee's name, but we can sit here and talk about what happened and how?
You can, okay?
We've never done this
point,
before.
You're releasing facts about this case that are not released to the public. On our agenda, the backup information that is released to the public does not include this. Not one of these facts that Mr. Holzhauser has just repeated. How can that be acceptable?
That is acceptable. It is, I think what we need to do is get to the point of the recommendation. I will provide guidance to you insofar as, the appropriate, or what I would advise you as to the appropriate scope of the discussions, depending on what it is that you do with the two matters before you. That is a recommendation of the superintendent and a petition / request for a hearing. Obviously, what we don't do, to the extent that we are granting a hearing, the idea of a hearing is to formulate final agency action after the employee has had his or her day in court, if you will, at the conclusion of administrative hearings. That's one reason why boards really, it doesn't help anyone for the boards to get into the underlying facts and discussion prior to the matter being committed to an administrative hearing.
Yet there's nothing on our agenda that talks about a petition for a hearing, so we're taking a vote on whether or not we are terminating an employee or not. After the fact, that the employee would then have to petition us for a hearing.
No, I don't believe that that's accurate.
There's nothing on our agenda that says that.
What you have before you is, and I believe that it is perhaps on the first page of the backup documentation, is the recommendation to terminate pending the disposition of an administrative hearing and a petition for an administrative hearing. That's on the first page of the backup documents.
Okay, thank you. I still don't agree with Mr. Holzhauser standing up here and repeating facts about the case when it is a confidential item. Madam Chair, it's yours.
Do you know, I can't recall any HR action in the past where parts of the case have been discussed. Now, we have a different attorney now, and he's advising this way, but this is half the story. We've got another card that may tell the other half the story. So
Well,
what's fair for one will be fair for all.
To the next card, then.
Okay. Okay, continue on, Mr. Holzhauser.
Okay, well, let me just cut to the chase as what the issue is. The attorney for this particular individual has first, as I said, there was a hair follicle test 2.5 months later that came back negative. Secondly, they maintain that this individual has denied any exposure to illicit drugs at all times. And the third thing that has been said is that this particular individual saw in the testing or in the donation site that there were other people there and there were other samples on the shelves.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we looked into this. Number one, as far as her sample being mixed up with others, we investigated and found from the donation site that number one, they said that the proper protocols were followed. Number two, they gave us a sign-in sheet showing this individual was the very first person to come into the facility on November 28th, signed in at 8:15 in the morning. Her sample was taken at 8:23 in the morning, and the next patient didn't come into that particular facility until 8:45. And as far as we can tell, there is no evidence that the chain of custody was in any way violated. The consistent denial portion, we have received from the MRO a timeline where this particular individual, according to the MRO's notes, said that she admitted passive exposure on December 4th. So that she has not been consistent in terms of her position. And finally, the hair follicle test was done by something called United States Drug Testing Laboratories. And if you look on U.S. Drug Testing Laboratories' own website, there's FAQs. The first two are these. Can a hair test be manipulated by the donor? Yes, bleaching, perming, dyeing, and straightening can affect the outcome of a hair test. Cosmetically treated hair should not be collected. Number two, can a hair test be used to prove that a previously taken urine test was inaccurate? No. The results of any second collected specimen have absolutely no bearing on the validity of the results of the first collected specimen. We have talked to 2 medical review officers that confirm that a hair test taken 2.5 months later is not sensitive enough to pick up a drug use that far back, a single drug use or 1 or 2 drug uses. So we feel that the superintendent has made the right decision in recommending termination subject to administrative process to protect the safety of the students of this county. Thank you.
Okay.
I do have one more question for Mr. Holzhauser. Mr. Holzhauser, you've been sitting here for 3 hours to stand there over the last 3 minutes and read our backup to us. I'm curious what you're charging us. How much are we being charged, Mr. Davis, for the 3 hours that he's here?
Through the chair, Mr. Brodsky, do you have that actual number? I don't have the number. I can get.
We do have an attorney who could have stood there and read that backup the same way. Yeah. This was not necessary.
Through the chair, I'll get that information.
Okay. The next speaker is Betsy Rager.
I want, excuse me, if I may, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Holzhauser. So I, as the attorney, cannot be the prosecutor and legal counsel to the board. I just want that to be very clear, why it is that you have an attorney representing the prosecution, if you will, of the administrative charges.
We've been doing this pretty long, Mr. Daggett. We can read the backup and we understand it. We did speak to Mr. Brodsky. We got all the information that we needed. It was not necessary for you to go and bring a second attorney in to read the backup to us.
Okay, the next speaker is Betsy Rager.
Thank you, Betsy Rager. My address is still on file. This topic, I'm not an attorney and I'm not a doctor, and this is some pretty complicated scientific information that you're being asked to go through. I have represented this employee throughout this process, and I wholeheartedly disagree with the notion that she has ever admitted any sort of drug use. I've been doing this for 8 years, and I've dealt with other employees that have had suspicion or failed of drug tests. And I will tell you that within 15 minutes, most of them come up with a story about how they've been exposed or even admit I wouldn't pass that test if I had to take it again. This employee asked the very next day to retake a urine test, and she was told no, that it would not be considered. The very next day, she asked to do that. We were told it wouldn't be considered, and this is a person who is a non-instructional employee, makes very little money, and to take that test would have cost her $250 that she didn't have, and it wouldn't have been considered. So we didn't rush out and get that test. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Daggett, may I ask her a question? Is that, and am I out of?
Yes.
Okay, I want to get this straight. She had the test 2 or 3 days later. She went back and asked, could she have another test? But was it with the same specimen from the first test, or was it a new specimen?
No, ma'am. She asked if she could take a second urine test, go back to a lab. She asked for me to contact the district and ask for instructions on how she could report and take a second test because.
And do you mean with a new specimen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what were you told?
That it would not be considered.
Why not?
It wasn't the policy.
Okay, go ahead.
The only way that it would be, the only thing that would be considered was a second test of the same sample.
Go ahead.
Your sign-in sheet tells you what time she checked in, not how long she waited, not what happened to the sample after she set it on the table. She remembers there being other people in the room. She remembers the person who collected the sample being on the phone, using the computer. There's tons of doubt here as to the chain of custody. The hair follicle test does go back 90 days, and it's considered the most difficult test to cheat on or study for. It is considered to be highly reliable. She took it 71 days after the initial test, and her attorney paid for that. When she appeared that day for the drug test of her hair follicle, they sent her home to wash her hair because she had product in her hair. They told her she had to go home, wash her hair, and come back. So there wasn't product in it that would have affected the outcome of the test. This is a person who's been working here for 20 years, never had a single disciplinary issue, and she is struggling to hold on. She's been without pay since before Christmas. She does not have health insurance anymore because she can't afford to pay it, and she's struggling to keep a roof over her head. If you terminate her tonight, I don't know how much longer she'll be able to hold on.
Okay, that's all the cards on that. I'll bring it to the board. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we deny the superintendent's recommendation. I don't agree with it.
I'll second it for discussion.
As Ms. Rieger just said, there's too much reasonable doubt. There's no definite chain of custody there. This is someone who's worked for us for 20 years and has never had a problem. Mr. Brodsky himself told me that her principal thinks she's great. There's just too many things there that just don't make sense, and I think, for one, she should have been given the opportunity to go back the very next day when she asked for it, and I think it's wrong. You don't just wake up tomorrow at 40-something years old and decide you're going to start using drugs. 20 years she's worked with us with no problems at all, and I just don't agree with this.
So in my past life, I administered drug-free workplace programs, including random testing. And I can tell you that the rules around it are, from the federal level, extremely strict. And the fact that she wasn't allowed to go back the next day is normal, that no one would be allowed to. Cocaine stays in your system for 24 hours. So the chances...
What did you say?
Cocaine stays in your system for 24 hours. Ecstasy is less than 8 hours. So there's certain drugs, there's a reason that drug-free workplace procedures are in place the way that they are. Additionally, A random program is just that. It's random. We have I don't know how many employees, probably 1,000 employees that fall under that random program because they drive students. So there's a chance that you could work in this district for 20 years and never get called for a random test. And there are certain over-the-counter medicines that people take that can come up positive on a drug test. That's why you get the same sample confirmation tested. That's why they ask you questions when you go to fill out the paperwork. They ask you, have you taken any over-the-counter medication? Do you take any prescription medication? Tell us about are there any lifestyle things that we need to know that the doctors then review to do those? I am not comfortable at all saying that as a school board member, I am comfortable having an employee transport children that the superintendent has told us he doesn't feel like is safe. I feel like we should agree to this employee's request for an administrative hearing, let the administrative hearing officer, I guess that's a judge, hear that case and then come back to us with a recommendation. But nobody on this board that I know of is an expert in this. We don't know, we haven't had any conversations with any of these people, and we're not in the setting that the administrative hearing officer is going to be to hear testimony on both sides, to hear people come in and from the drug testing laboratory, to hear the medical review officer, to hear the employee. And I understand the employee wanted to keep this very private, and I respect that. I would too if I were in this kind of situation with my employer. But when you work for a public employer, there's certain things that do become public knowledge, not your name, and not until after action has been taken. But I just feel like I can't support not accepting the superintendent's recommendation in this instance because this directly involves students.
I agree. Well, my thought is that there was nobody there witnessing the chain of custody of the specimen. She says there were others on the counter. There is reasonable doubt there. And is it the right thing to fire somebody over that, ruin their career over something that could be a mistake on the part of the doctor's office?
But you haven't heard from the medical laboratory people on your reasonable doubt. That's where the administrative hearing officer will actually be able to determine real reasonable doubt. This is not a court, and we're not in that position to determine that. She's asked for a hearing, and I think we should grant her request for a hearing because that's where she'll go and plead her case.
And ultimately, in my opinion, the safety of our students is preeminent. And I feel for the circumstance that she's in, but I don't think we're in a position to decide if the test was accurate or not. And ultimately, she will get her due process, and in the meantime, children are protected.
I agree with you that we're not in the position to decide if it's accurate or not, yet we're willing to fire somebody over it. Okay. That's the part that I have an issue with.
Let me...
It's not the normal that we see. There's just too much speculation that there's a mistake made.
Let me tell you my only problem, and if it's not legal, Mr. Daggett can tell me. I understand where y'all are coming from, and I agree. We've got to be very careful. What bothers me about this is it says to terminate the employment pending disposition of an administrative hearing. My question to Mr. Daggett, first I asked Mr. Brodsky. I didn't like his answer, so I called Mr. Daggett, and I figured somebody's got to know what's what around here. We are not doctors. We are not lawyers. In no way am I going to try to interpret the way the law is written. Half the time it's so foggy, a lawyer can't make it out. But what bothers me about this is I said, couldn't the board say to continue the suspension without pay that we've been on for 3 months? This poor lady has been suspended without pay. Couldn't we continue the suspension without pay and get this over to the DOA hearing before we take a termination action? Mr. Brodsky said that wouldn't count taking action. Mr. Daggett said yes, it would. You could do that.
Well, that's exactly what's supposed to happen. Okay, You are all
But
dealing
that's not
with,
what it says, Mr. Daggett. It says termination.
well, I understand what the paperwork may say, but we're in a legal process
We're
right now.
voting on what's on the paperwork.
And the attorneys understand this. Obviously, the petitioner employees council understand this. Both are pointing to the Administrative Procedures Act, and because there are issues of disputed fact here and law, there needs to be an evidentiary hearing. You're all talking about the right thing. The way that our law is constructed is that under these circumstances, there is the action on the recommendation. If it is adopted, the employee is suspended without pay throughout and until the end of the administrative proceedings. At the end of the administrative proceedings, a recommended order is given to you after a judge has gone through all of the evidence that matters, all that's admissible, figures out the facts and the law, and presents a recommended order to you. The recommended order could be I, the ALJ, the administrative law judge, recommend that you reject the recommendation to terminate. At that point, if the board were inclined to adopt such a recommendation, it reinstates the employee with back pay. The employee is made whole. So this is the way that it is supposed to go as a matter of law. It really is, we are required to carry out our duties under the Administrative Procedures Act if the board is so inclined to adopt the recommendation.
Mr. Daggett, did you tell me today that we could continue the suspension without pay? And because I explained to you, as I had to Mr. Brodsky, that I have a problem with saying to terminate her employment. That's we're firing her before she has the DOA hearing. I don't want to put a termination on her record. After the DOA hearing, that judge he has subpoena powers. He can ask questions that we don't know the answer to. I've never been to this place that does the drug test. I don't know. There's so many things we don't know, and that's why I definitely want it to go before an administrative law judge in a DOA hearing. Definitely. I just have a problem with terminating her before she gets to the DOA hearing. Does that? Or am I out to lunch on this?
What if I amend the motion to say extend the suspension without pay until after the DOA hearing? Is the board?
Yeah, once the
agreement
DOA
with
hearing
that?
comes, the
Then it
recommendation
has
will
to come
back to
us,
the board.
and that would be either
Right.
termination or not. But
Yeah.
to terminate before even
I
having
just
that,
think that terminate sounds so final.
it is.
I mean,
It
why
is
would
final.
you say terminate her and then she's going to go to a DOA hearing? But if they happen to rule on her in her favor, well, you can reinstate her.
Well, as long as we're legal with calling it a my point is that the kids are protected.
Right.
So as long as
Well,
the
that's
kids
my
are
plan.
protected.
That's what I want too. But yet, it's real easy to just go, oh, well, she's fired, he's fired.
Well, I think it's
We're dealing
terminology,
with
if I'm
people.
understanding
We're
what-
dealing with people,
Right.
and there are extenuating circumstances, and sometimes I know that these testing facilities are wrong and they make mistakes. I know that for a fact. Not because of me, but I know that it happens.
Well, I guess should we put the question to Mr. Daggett as to whether or not we can change the wording to reflect that? To me, it's just exchanging words. I think it means the same thing either
But it
way.
means something to me.
I get that. I get that.
Yes, you may, okay, and you should, in my view. That is, you have to protect the due process rights of both sides.
Right.
You're a court now, okay? So what you ought to do under these circumstances, and we can change the language in forthcoming disciplinary documents and backups so it makes more sense for everyone. But what occurs now, you're being presented with terminate pending an administrative hearing. The employee is already suspended without pay. So yes, what you would do if the board were so inclined is to adopt the recommendation. Employee remains suspended without pay with termination pending outcome of administrative hearing.
Mr.
That's it.
Daggett, do you think that it would be better if we just withdrew it from tonight because she's suspended without pay and just let it continue as it is until after the hearing?
No.
Well, we need to clarify that it's going to go to a hearing.
Right, okay.
Why don't you withdraw your motion?
Well, I just made the motion to amend it. So I'm amending it to say,
Okay.
extend.
Well, we already had a motion on the floor, so
So I've just amended the motion on the floor to say
how are you amending it?
that I move that we extend the suspension without pay until after the DOA hearing.
I'll second that.
Okay.
There
Any
need-
further discussion?
No. Here's what you need to do. You need to act on the recommendation, and that is there a motion to adopt the recommendation? If it is adopted, yay. You would then simply state, I move that the employee will continue to be on unpaid suspension with termination pending the outcome of an administrative hearing. I know that's a
We
mouthful.
can't say with termination pending it, because if DOA says not to terminate them, we won't be terminating them. So it has to come back to us after that with their recommendation to either keep or terminate.
We can either accept the judge's recommendation
Exactly.
or not accept it.
And
It's not binding on us.
We don't have to go back and redo it and accept the superintendent's recommendation. The original motion was to deny it. I then amended it, but Ms. Condon seconded it. So we are good to go at this point. We've seconded to the language that says we are extending the suspension without pay until after the DOA hearing. You can change that wording until the decision by DOA is presented to the school board. At that point, it comes back to us to either reinstate or terminate.
He's saying that he thinks we need to vote on the superintendent's recommendation, which has the word terminate there.
Well, I'm not voting on that. I've already made a motion. There's one on the floor. We have to act on it.
Okay, we have
Question.
Okay.
Point, just a clarification. Will this continue to go to the hearing, the DOA hearing, if we make that vote at this point? Because that's what we want to.
Right, we want it to go to.
We want it to go forward, and we'd like it to go quickly so that we
Right.
can help her.
Right.
Yes, I'm telling you, so I've handled lots of these before. And sometimes you may have an administrative law judge who is searching for the terminate pending outcome of hearing. The administrative law judge needs to understand what it is you're going to do if the charges are supported. Okay, so what you need to do, in my judgment, regardless of what the language is on the description of this agenda, the backup the first page of the backup documents is appropriately couched. Okay, the superintendent is asking you to adopt his recommendation to terminate pending the disposition of an administrative hearing. The board either adopts or rejects it. That's step one. Okay. If you want to, if the board is to adopt it and you want to clarify that the employee will remain on unpaid suspension, you can do that, and then it's in the record. That's all. That's what you need to do.
So how do we proceed? Because we have a motion on the floor.
Yep, and a second.
Okay.
Which is perfectly fine. We don't need to go back and redo it. So we need to just vote and move on.
Okay, I'm good with that. We can vote on Ms. Karakis's motion.
Repeat your motion, please.
I was amending the original motion to say we continue the suspension without pay until after the results of the DOA hearing.
And there was a second.
And I seconded it.
Right. Okay.
But I don't know if that gets us where we need to go, because if it doesn't get her to the administrative law judge, then we haven't done our job.
That's why I feel like we need to proceed with a vote on this so that we can have another motion if that needs to happen.
Okay.
Mr. Daggett assured me this afternoon that this would go to DOA.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
what I'm assuring you of is, right now there needs to be a vote on the motion. Let's do that first.
I think what he's saying is that we have to give DOA direction on if they find in favor of the employee, that we would reinstate the employee, but that if they find in favor of the school district, that we would terminate. I think that's the part
That's
that
why
he's
the
saying is
termination
missing.
has to be
Judge
why
will
I'd ask
make
for
a
clarification.
recommendation. It comes back to us.
Right.
We can either accept the judge's recommendation or not
deny.
accept his recommendation. It's up to us.
And we do it at
He-
that time.
I understand
But
that.
he's the lawyer. He's the man who knows how to interpret the law. And
I
and all
understand that the judge will send this back to us. My concern is that will the judge do the hearing without the additional termination
Clause.
verbiage?
This afternoon,
course they
I
will.
specifically called him and asked him that because I was having trouble with this word
Okay.
termination, and I explained that. I said, somehow this just doesn't feel right.
We're not deciding now. After
What-
they make their decision and the judge comes back and said where DOA sends
Yeah,
it back
then-
to us,
then
we
we'll
either
decide.
accept or decline.
Right.
That's how it works with any of these hearings. And I know this is new and that we haven't all had to deal with this before, but it does come back to us.
Sure it does.
All right.
So it is not new to me, and what I'm suggesting is that, and this is only a suggestion, the board can do what it wants. I would just clean up what just occurred, okay? And there could be a motion, for instance, I move to adopt the superintendent's recommendation to terminate employment pending the outcome of an administrative hearing, and the employee remains on unpaid suspension.
So moved.
That's no, absolutely not.
No, that's
There's a
terminating
motion on
and
the floor
remaining on
already. You can't go and just create another one. That's not saying what my motion was at all. So if you don't like what the motion is, vote it down. But the motion on the floor that I have right now is to extend the suspension until after the DOA hearing when we get the results that are then brought back to us.
She can amend your amendment, and she can amend your amendment to say what he just said, and I'll second that.
And do,
I mean, that's parliamentary procedure.
well,
If you make that motion, I'll second it.
do you want to terminate? Is that what you're saying? Because that's what his motion says. Motion to
That is,
terminate.
that is not, no.
what it says.
No.
And send it to a DOA hearing. I get that. But you're making the decision right now
No,
that
we're
you're going to
not.
terminate by telling that to DOA instead of them making a decision, bringing it back, and us accepting or declining. That's the difference. We'd accept or decline after DOA has made its decision.
And my understanding is that even if we pass this as it is, as it's written, it will still come back to us, correct?
Yeah, but she's
Yes, after an
But she's
administrative
terminated.
hearing.
Right. So,
It's terminated then. It's going to come back, but the language that you're saying right now is the terminator. So
No, he didn't, because he said, and the employee will remain on suspension without pay pending the outcome of the DOA hearing. That's what he said.
That's
right, but
correct.
restate the beginning of it. The
but
first
look
thing you
at the
say is
front part.
termination
Okay,
after.
I move, that this is what I'm suggesting. I move to adopt the superintendent's recommendation to terminate employment pending the outcome of an administrative hearing and to place the employee on continued unpaid suspension.
so in
okay,
the
I
same
move
sentence,
to
he's
amend
gonna-
Ms. Karakis's motion to reflect what Mr. Daggett just
So
stated.
he's saying to move to terminate, and then she's going to remain on unpaid suspension, all in one sentence.
No, it's not right. You can't do that.
I'll second Ms. Gilhousen's motion.
Okay.
Y'all go for it then.
Can we vote on that then?
Yeah, if you know what you're voting on. Okay, all those in favor?
Can he repeat it one more time? One more time, please, Mr. Daggett.
I move to adopt the superintendent's recommendation to terminate employment pending the outcome of an administrative hearing and the employee remaining on unpaid suspension.
And what I hear from him saying that, we've taken the date out, we've taken anything, basically we are saying it's pending the results of the administrative hearing, and that person is going to stay on
An employee of our district, unpaid suspension.
unpaid suspension.
But it
Correct.
takes away our authority at the end.
No,
when
it
it's brought
doesn't.
up.
No,
We still
it's
have to
based
vote
on
on
the,
it again.
it still keeps the hearing.
It says termination. I understand the
Pending.
extension pending. Okay, so let's
Pending.
say
So
DOA
if DOA comes back to us and says, no, we think the employee is absolutely correct and this person should continue employment, we can make that determination at that time.
Yeah, and your argument.
We're not saying that that person has to be terminated.
And your argument, both of your arguments, that we are not lawyers, we are not judges, we are not doctors. That's where this comes in. If DOA comes back and says we find in favor of the employee, and then of course we're going to reinstate the employee. She's still on unpaid suspension. We would make a motion there. But if they find in favor of the district, so you're going to then say that the judge is wrong?
No, I'm just saying that we don't need to word it that way, that the original amended motion was covered it fine, and it left it open at the end for us as a board to decide what to do when it comes back to us. Maybe I should just amend Ashley's motion to, I deny the superintendent's recommendation, and we just go back to how we started. Let's just get this one over with. This is ridiculous. I'm not in agreement with it, so we have a motion, we have a second, let's just take a vote and go.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
No. Motion carries 3-2 with Ms. Carrickus and Ms. Stutter dissenting. Okay, next item.
Pardon me. You also have in front of you a petition for an administrative hearing before the Division of Administrative Hearings.
Where's that?
Where is it?
It is in the
It's
a
covered in.
document that we were provided. Pardon me?
Isn't it just covered in that one vote?
No, it is not. There is a request, a specific petition that came in. Employee challenges the charges against her and petitions this board to grant a hearing before the Division of Administrative Hearings.
I move
The board
approval of
must act
the
on it.
employee.
And where is this, Mr. D'Agata?
It's not on here as an action item.
What?
No, you can't just hold up a piece of paper and say, okay, we're gonna vote on it. It has to be a numbered action item on the agenda.
This entire exercise is meaningless without acting on the petition. There is a petition, there is a request to have the matter heard before the Division of Administrative Hearings. That must be, I'm telling you, that must be acted upon.
It probably should have been a separate item, so it could have been acted on.
I move we approve the employee's petition for an administrative hearing.
I second.
I have a motion by Ms. Condon, second by Ms. Gilhousen. Any further discussion? And Mr. D'Agata, we can vote on this even though it wasn't agended?
You can and you must. You really must. Okay.
Well, next time let's get it on the agenda.
Well, absolutely.
Okay, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say no. Motion carries 5-0.
Madam Chair, I would like to address Ms. Carrickus's comments about the backup and not reading the employee's name, but Mr. Holzhauser speaking to it. I don't really care if it comes from the superintendent, comes from Mr. Brodsky, comes from an attorney, but I appreciated having all sides of the conversation told, because I feel like sometimes we get recommendations from the superintendent and no one
no one speaks on behalf of the superintendent's recommendations to us. So whether it comes from you, Mr. Davis, or if it comes, I like having the additional information.
Thank you, ma'am. And through the chair, sorry, I didn't have that representation last month. So, and Mr. Daggett couldn't represent me as a superintendent. And I wanted you, as the board, to be afforded the opportunity to ask any questions that you may have from an attorney perspective. And from my side, please know that why I appreciate this employee for 20 years. Random drug tests are sent around to identify random drug users. And I'm not okay with putting, individuals in front of kids with that type of action. So I appreciate it.
Excuse me. Okay, the next item is D1, Safety and Security School Resource Officer Agreement. We finally got there, for all of y'all over there. Okay, and it's only 9:30. Okay, we're doing okay. I do have one card on this item, Graham Yerka.
My name is Graham Yerka, and my address is on file.
No,
that
was a quick 3 minutes.
Man. You can start over. I'm thinking, you got any tests tomorrow?
I do actually. I have a math test.
Student chair, I'm sure you're going to be great at it.
First off, I said something about I thought that might be her daughter in my earlier comment, and it wasn't, and so I wanted to apologize for that. So on the school resource officers, I just want to talk about, I know last month you made the statement that you were not going to support the Guardian program, and I agree with the reason. I would much rather have a deputy, an armed deputy, a trained, police officer who knows what they're doing in the school, and they're going to have a lot more experience, a lot more training. One of my concerns was, and I talked to Sheriff Daniels before when he was in here, and so he cleared up a few things, but I was concerned about the sheriff's office hiring just hiring people to be school resource officers, and he told me that they would hire and put them through the same training and use them as regular patrol deputies and cycle them through. So that was my main concern, and he addressed that for me. But I do think, because with the millage tax and the increase of that, which I wanted to talk about that too, the Guardian program is so much cheaper in terms of school safety, and with the 132 hours that each teacher will have to, I know you guys are not gonna go back and do the Guardian program, but in terms of spending the amount of money that's required for the school resource officers, if there was any way to, the Guardian program is obviously the cheaper route, and I know you might think it's a compromise of safety, but when I go to school every morning, I don't think about not coming out alive. Like, there's a school resource officer here, Fleming Island High School, every day. And I don't go thinking I'm safer because there's a school resource officer. I'm sure I am safer, but the odds and the chance that an event would happen that we would need, a school resource officer to act are probably low. I'm not saying don't have any protection or that it's not a good thing, because if it happens, then you need somebody here. With the Guardian program, I'm still in favor of, I've talked to teachers about it, and one of my teachers said, if they allow me to carry, I'm carrying every day. And, it's something that's more economical. Like, it's better for the board if you're trying to save money, insurance and all this that you have to pay for. Why spend more on school resource officers? Sorry, thank you.
Okay, and now I bring it back to the board. Mr. Davis, do you want to start off the conversation on this? We had gotten more information.
Yes, ma'am. This has been a pressing issue for me, and I've worked rigorously with Dr. Legucco, with our staff, along with the sheriff's office, along with our other partners, to really drill down and identify what we can do from a financial perspective. I sent and added some backup with option one. While we all agree that it's most attractive to put a law enforcement officer in every one of our schools, it's going to cost a significant amount of money, and it's going to cost around $5.6 million to make that happen. I can tell you openly that's some money that we don't have internally. For us to get it started, initiated, it's going to be $575,000 from us right now. We are appreciative of the money that the BCC provided, $300,000 to provide relief, along with their $1.8 to provide the capital funding for vehicles if decided to go on this model. However, in order for us to move forward with this model, it would cost us around $3.7 million now, and I say now, in the next couple months, it'll be $575. As soon as we transition July 1, it'll be another $3.1 or $3.2 million, and it's just a lot of money. While we'd never put a price on safety, I think I brought to the table another option that may be doable for us in order to meet state statute, and that option would be to place resource officers to keep the same mentality in our currently structure we have in our high schools. And this is all contingent if the BCC continues to allocate the $883,000, which my understanding they said as long as they would continue to contribute as long as until we got a systemic funding source. So if that was the case, we would add junior high school resource officers along with one relief officer and one intruder trainer to do the intruder drills that are required by the new statute. And then within our elementary schools, hires school safety officers in every one of our 27 elementary schools, and pay them an hourly rate along with benefits, and it would get us to a point where we're around $1.3 million, which becomes greatly more affordable for this organizations and puts us in a deficit closer to $200,000 to $300,000, which I think we can find internally within the organization.
I'm in favor of option number 2. I really believe that we obviously have a responsibility to our student safety, and option number 2 meets that requirement and keeps us fiscally sound. So that's the one that I'm comfortable with. I don't believe it would be responsible to put an undue financial burden on the district or any other entity involved in funding this. Until we have a designated funding source. And I think that this is a good option until we hopefully get that reserved funding to expand resource officers to all of our schools.
I'm in agreement with that. The only thing that I would like to add is that the Township of Orange Park Police Department and Green Cove Police Departments, that they take care of the schools in their district. And I believe in Green Cove, it's Green Cove Junior and Charles E. Bennett. I'd like you to reach out to them, and if you haven't already, and get some kind of interlocal agreement with both of them. And then for Orange Park, it's Grove Park, Orange Park Junior, and OPE. And that way, those relationships that are already formed will continue to foster. I'd like us to do that. And so if we go with option 2, then the interlocal agreement that you had on the backup doesn't apply, because that really only applied for option 1. So when you get the new interlocal agreement for the sheriff and for the Clay County Sheriff, Orange Park Police, and Green Cove Police.
So am I understanding that you're in favor of them covering the elementary schools in their area? Because that's not what this...
No, I think that they, I think it would be good to have them continue in those elementary schools if they would do it in the same dollar range that we would be paying for school safety officers. If not, of course, then go with the school safety officers. But
okay,
I would
so
like to
offer them the $16 an hour is what you're saying.
And then when the funding comes in, then we give more funding.
Right. So through the chair, and to answer the questions. So right now, I've engaged the town of Orange Park along with the Green Cove Police Department to look at a model that I gave them a figure that we will be expending for the elementary schools, and told them that they could, if it's under their wishes, that we would give them that pot of money if they wanted to go over and beyond and spend additional funding in order to cover a resource officer within those elementary schools. If the direction is for me to reach out and talk about the junior high schools as well, then I can have this conversation. This is the will of the board. Right now, it's stated that the conversation that I've had has been through the sheriff's office for high schools and junior high schools. But we can definitely have the conversation. I think they're willing. If they're willing, I know they do great partnerships.
Yes, they
if that's
do.
the direction.
I would like to see junior high.
My preference would be the town of Orange Park to cover the 2 elementary schools, as well as negotiate a agreement on Orange Park Junior, and in Green Cove, the same with Green Cove Junior and Charles E. Bennett. And my rationale on this is these people have developed a relationship with the students, and they know their families. They know where these kids are coming from, and these students really need a positive role model. And I like the idea of continuity there. And when they get to the junior high, they still know these kids. And I think that I've talked to people in Orange Park and Green Cove, and I believe that they really want to be invited to the table, so to speak. And I would fully support that.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I have some questions.
Okay.
So, on option 2, if we went with 27 school safety officers, who would those school safety officers work for?
Through the chair, they would work for the Director of Support Services, and that is Mr. Bruce Harbin. He's already our work does a lot of work with our safety management. He has an awesome relationship with the town of Orange Park, Green Cove, and also the sheriff's office. So it just makes sense for him to continue this work internally. If there's additional training that he needs to go through, we would make certain that he's a part of that training. In this recommendation, we know that the school safety officers will have to go through the Guardian training as well, which is 132, and we added some diversity training as well, and then he could be a part of that process. And actually, internally, I would like to go through that training as well.
So, a few concerns. Okay. One, to take one employee and give them an additional 27 employees that work for them, in addition to all of their other services and duties that we just reviewed on a job description. That job needs to be changed. That's probably a 2-person job, in my opinion. But again, you decide what you bring to us. But I don't think that putting 27 more employees on a 1 employee is fair, and fair to those employees either, fair to the officers and fair to that employee. The second thing that I would say to that is I do question, Mr. D'Agata, you may need to weigh in on this one. I question whether we can do this because we don't have a police force. I understand that Duval County has put this in place because they have a police force. They have sworn officers. But what we're going to have are school safety officers carrying guns that don't report to anybody who has any experience outside of their own personal, maybe concealed carry or hunting hobbies or things like that. We're going to have people that report to people. So running a police force, a law enforcement force of any kind is not, I think if it were easy, we would all do it. I mean, it's not an easy job. I respect greatly the 2 chiefs that are here. The sheriff was here. I really have great concerns over the school district taking on 27 employees at $16 an hour carrying guns on our campuses. And I understand the training that they're going through, but we as a board voted 5-0 that the only people we were going to have on our campuses carrying weapons were sworn law enforcement officers. That's what our policy currently states, and we chose 2 meetings ago not to move off of that policy. So I'm wondering now what has changed that we're all of a sudden comfortable with employees that make $16 an hour that go through the training, that we're all comfortable with the fact that, oh, by the way, they're only paid for 180 days a year too. So they're looking at this, they're, I I don't know what benefits.
benefits.
So their total package is $29,352. And every business you drive past today has signs out that say now hiring. And so I have great concerns that in order to, and I understand the fiscal responsibility, and I understand that this model would not put any additional requirement on undue government entities. However, I do think it would put a very uncomfortable situation on our law enforcement officers. I have no concerns over the 6, whether it's a Green Cove Springs police officer, if it's an Orange Park police officer, if it's a sheriff's officer. They are uniformed. If they go in, they communicate with each other. Their radios work together. I know on the most recent lockdown in Green Cove, there was communication between the sheriff's office and the police department ongoing when they had to do that lockdown. I don't have concerns about that. I have grave concerns about 27 people on our elementary school campuses walking around with guns, and they have on a polo shirt. And what if I go buy a polo shirt that looks similar to it because I think I want to be, we have people in our society that want to be important. They want their 5 minutes of fame. They want to be on their reality show. And it's gravely concerning to me that then they're carrying a gun. I would almost feel more comfortable with an administrator being armed, because they at least know the kids. They know the schools. They're not making $16 an hour. They don't, I understand. I read it all. I have grave reservations about us trying to save money and compromising safety, because it's not just saying we're going to take our time to get the funding. It's saying we're going to put 27 people with a gun on these campuses that haven't been there before, and they're not sworn law enforcement officers. That's very uncomfortable for me.
So through the chair, I respect that. I can tell you a number of counties are implementing this model. Polk County, Pasco County, St. John's is probably about to implement this model as well. The county to the north of us is implementing this. I understand they do have a police department. Bruce Harbin, to my understanding, is a former deputy. That's the reason that it made sense. Not only did he have a relationship, but he has the ability and skill set. So I don't believe it's going to be a problem. I've had so many constituents call me that are ready to sign up for the Guardian program and do it for free. So, I don't believe it to be a problem with the 27. I know we got to move fast on it in order to get it out there so we can get the necessary hours in order to train these individuals through the sheriff's office. But I still stand that, this is the model that meets the standard internally as it relates to the statute. It's a model that allows us to continue to work with the sheriff's office to have active, appropriate training, and it gets us to a point that we can afford it. And I think that this individual will not have law enforcement authority to arrest, but this individual will be there to prevent any, respond to any active assailants, and to patrol the campus, to investigate situations, to communicate with law enforcement, and to be trained in order to be on campus to support our learners as designed by the legislators. I agree. I would love to go to option 1. I wish I had a piggy bank. I just don't.
Well, and the question was asked, what has changed since we said we wanted SROs in all the schools? What changed is we found out what it cost and how underfunded we were, and what was it, 4 point something to get through till October 1, and the next year 5.6, and all of a sudden we realized that's what we all wanted. As the sheriff said, gold standard. That's what we all wanted. But we found out, as many other counties in the state of Florida have found out, and just last week in the newspaper I read where St. John's was doing this. And of course, Duval is so much larger and got their own police department. I can't really compare, but they're doing this. And I don't know how many districts throughout the state are doing this. And it's not because it's our first choice, but this will, I think Ms. Gilhousen referred to this will get our foot in the door. It meets the law. it's not the gold standard.
It's a transitional plan.
It's a
But
transitional
is it really?
plan.
Because if
but
we go hire 27 people that work for the school district, what are we going to do with them?
I had that conversation
So
with Mr.
through the
Davis.
chair, so Ms. Gilhausen, we talked, I believe, yesterday, and it was a good question. She said, Addison, if you transition to that, Ms. Gilhausen spoke and said we just don't want to allow individuals to not have a job. If we had an additional revenue fund, a revenue to come in order to put resource officers in every one of our schools. So this will cover the knowing that we will not get the revenue if approved by the community. That revenue will not come in until November of 2019. Therefore, we would own these individuals for 18-19. Individuals for 18-19, and then we would own these individuals for 19-20, knowing that if we get the additional revenue, that would come in around December of 19, transition to 20. That gives the individuals 6 months to find another job potentially. So it's kind of a phasing out process if we get additional revenue from the community, which is done in a respectful money versus ripping the Band-Aid off and said you don't have a job.
And you know that money, people start paying it in November. They have until March, so it's not like November 1st we're getting a $10 million check. It doesn't work that way.
The other,
we wish.
I wish.
We wish.
Yeah, truly. The other side of that is also the sheriff more recently was saying that he can't hire those officers now. So we agreed to that. We all said, yes, we want those officers, but he went before the BCC and said, I can't hire them now. It's getting too late. Now, with that in mind, we know that, yes, if that mill passes, that would be awesome. And we would have that additional income.
But what if
well, the other side of that, though, if it does pass, it may not necessarily, like you said, be a Band-Aid that we rip off right away. It can be a gradual thing as well. And it's not and who knows, the 27 school safety officers, you might think maybe by then, the legislature might actually realize that they underfunded this. And who knows what we would be able to possibly get in the future for this.
That's what I'm hoping is that next year they'll say, we really messed up. Look at all these school districts. And I'm
pretty
hoping,
obvious.
We were at a luncheon, Ms. Studdard and I, and Senator Bradley spoke to this issue and basically said that the state legislature wasn't sure which direction school districts would want to go with this. Would they rather do a guardian program? And so they didn't fund it all the way immediately. It was kind of a test the waters, see what the counties want. So there was talk at that luncheon that potentially going into next legislative session there will be more funding if that's what districts are choosing.
I think knowing that these individuals are going to be trained by the sheriff's office and that they will have 100 plus, 144 hours of training. And I agree with you. You know, it's what we all wanted. We all wanted.
I'm just
the
not
gold
going to be
plan.
bought. I'm not going to be bought. We stood up here and said our policy said it, and obviously I can count. It's 4-1.
We can't afford it, Miss Condon. Where are you going to get the money?
I'm not going to stand and tell a parent, God forbid one of these school safety officers mistakes one of our students for being in an active shooter situation and shoots the student. And then what? And I guess I just feel like I feel very comfortable with our law enforcement, our current law enforcement in our county. I'm in a different place than you all are. I'm not comfortable to tell parents that their kids have a price tag on them. And I understand the district's situation financially. But here's what I will say. What we haven't done is had the hard discussions. And I'll tell you one example. And I'm not going to tell you how to run the district because you're the day-to-day operations statutorily, but we approve the budget. But we have at least 4 elementary schools that I know of that are at 4 custodians, and they should be at 5 to 6 custodians. Dr. Kemp has told us for a couple of years now we are down 20 custodians in our district, yet we're opening Discovery Oaks Elementary at 6 custodians, fully staffed. So we haven't looked at, that's only one example that I think that there are places in the district that we can look at to cut some costs to not compromise on kids. But I'm clearly in the minority on this, and I appreciate all of you listening to me, and I'm comfortable with my vote being where it is.
Okay. So, do I have a motion on what you would like.
I think we just started discussion.
Yeah,
didn't
we did just start with discussion, so.
You want to keep talking?
I'll move
I
approval
thought we
of
had talked a
option 2.
lot.
I'll second it.
So I moved approval of option 2. Mr. Davis, do you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Thank you. And sorry, forgive me for asking this question. If approved, the job descriptions involved, will this be approved as well? Can we start working?
So do you want to do it as separate, even though all the attachments are here?
Yes, ma'am.
Or
I
just do it all together?
and
The
forgive
interlocal
me.
agreement has to be changed, so we can't approve
Right,
this.
that needs to
Okay.
be stricken, so
Right.
maybe we move to approve with striking the
Okay.
interlocal agreement.
So do you want the motion to read, Mr. Daggett? Option 2, approve option 2 for the school safety officers, approve the job description, and just approve those 2, and then no mention of the interlocal agreement, which will just be withdrawn, and Mr. Davis can bring it back next month.
Well,
Well, I would.
yes.
I
to
want to
answer
make
You want
that
them
sure.
question.
separate, or you want them together?
You can do them separately, but I think that basically what we're doing, I'm just thinking about the interlocal agreement, okay? What we're talking about is basically broadening the current interlocal agreement that we've got with the sheriff's office. We have,
No.
well, let me just finish.
Did you read this one? Because it has a dollar amount in there and everything, so it really needs to be redrafted.
We don't want
If I can
this
just
one.
finish, okay. So basically, we have an agreement in place where we have SROs at our high schools. We're going to have SROs essentially at all of our secondaries, okay? So I'm not saying that is the option 2. I just want to confirm that. Is that what we're doing?
Option 2 is SROs at all our high schools and junior highs, and school safety officers at all of our elementary schools. And we discussed it, it doesn't need to be part of the motion, but Mr. Davis is going to discuss it with Orange Park and Green Cove's Police Department, the chiefs, and make sure that they're good with those schools.
Come out with some kind of an agreement or contract and bring it back to us. But we can't really
Can't use that local.
act on this interlocal agreement because this has the money in here which primarily goes along with option 1.
Right, I just
Right.
want
We can't afford
I
it.
want the superintendent to have, something, a more detailed understanding. I need to have a detailed understanding, so that's helpful to me.
Yeah, I think he's got it.
So,
The other item that I would like to clarify, and we can do this by way of the agreement itself, basically, the school security officers, the 27 or so school security
school safety officers.
school safety officers, sorry. There will be, I guess, with certification, there's guardian certificates. There's a role for the sheriff's office or the law enforcement office, law enforcement agency under the guardian
Right.
option. We're not really under that, but I'm
No,
Yes.
I think this does fall from
A
our
little bit.
from our workshop. What the sheriff said was that anything other basically than having a sheriff's deputy or a sworn police officer in a school would fall under the Guardian program.
So there's a role. The reason I'm saying that is that I'm just thinking about the current interlocal agreement that we've had. Current local agreement is the current local agreement. It has SROs at the high schools. We're shifting to now provide SROs at all secondaries, and the sheriff is basically taking on the role of guardian certificate issuer, if you will, which is under the guardian option in the statutes. So I want to just make sure that everyone's on the same page there, because it'll help me in assisting in the
Except in the town of Orange Park and Green Cove.
We need interlocal agreements for
With
those
them.
also.
I
So
want
it needs to be
we've
redone.
directed the superintendent to negotiate with Green Cove and Orange Park. So I think.
I'm so sorry. Are we also approving the 27 allocations?
Yes. I guess.
That is part of this.
all
That
right.
is, we are approving
All right.
the job description. We can do them separate. We can do the job
Yes,
description as one, but we are approving
Right.
27.
And then I want to make it clear through the chair is that the reason I didn't put charter schools in this formula because they have boards and I want their boards to respectfully decide what they think's best for their organizations. So they'll get from our side a proration of the money that they're allocated per state statute. We'll work with them to give them their money and help them in any way that we can.
Okay.
All right,
So-
Mrs. Studdard, I'll move approval on the job descriptions.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Ms. Kerekes, second by Ms. Gilhousen. Any further discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say no.
No.
Motion carries 4-1 with Ms. Condon dissenting.
And then,
We did.
oh, did we? Oh, all right. So let's go, move approval for option 2.
And I think somebody said,
You
you
seconded
seconded it.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Kerekes, second by Ms.
Bola.
Bola, that we are approving option 2. Have we not voted
With
on
the
that?
inclusion
No,
of
we
Orange
haven't.
Park, with the
Okay.
inclusion of Orange Park Police Department and Green Cove Police Department.
Okay. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say no.
No.
Motion carries 4-1 with Ms. Condon dissenting. Now, have we voted on everything? The job description, it was in our backup, yeah. See, it was nice to stay up. Okay, let's go, let's see.
Mrs. Studdard, it's waiting for you to vote.
Y'all, please. Okay, did you get me? Did I vote? I did vote. See, she did it for me. Okay. Next item, D2. And I have a card. Consider for approval and adoption a resolution requesting the Board of County Commissioners of Clay County, Florida, to place a referendum on the ballot for the August 28, 2018 primary election regarding an additional 1 mil of ad valorem millage tax. And I do have a card, but I believe he went home. Graham Yerka.
He's got tested tomorrow.
He's got a test tomorrow. We wore him out.
I'm
Well,
sure he's going to do good.
I'm sure he would have. Okay. So it's back to the board. Who wants to start the?
I move that we approve the resolution without the phrase operations, so that it would read basically that this is limited, that the ad valorem increase would be limited to, and I can read it out loud, so that to make a resolution requesting Board of County Commissioners for Clay County, Florida, to place a referendum on the ballot for August 18 election for the electors within the Clay County School District to vote on the approval of an additional 1 mil of ad valorem millage tax pursuant to section 1011.732 of the Florida statutes. Then going down where it says all the way down at the bottom in paragraph 1, that the ballot question, so paragraph 2, that's just the one that I think that we should change, and then it would change above that if we changed it. So I would like to move that the ballot questions say, shall an additional 1 mil of school district ad valorem millage tax beginning July 1, 2019 and ending June 30, 2023 be approved to enhance the safety and security of students and staff, period. I think the provide for necessary operating expenses of the school district is confusing to the voters. Because since this agenda has been publicized, I've heard from a number of voters that have said they will not support a blank check for the district, which is what they see it as, and that there are lots of things that can be paid for under the heading of safety and security of students and staff that give lots of flexibility to the district to do things such as hardening of schools. I think you could even pay for employees that sit at your front desk that run your Raptor systems out of that. And I think the additional operating expenses of the district, that money will be freed up because other money is approved. But I I just don't feel comfortable asking the voters to increase something that is not designated for safety and security of students and staff.
So that would also, then the ballot title instead, you would just leave off operating expenses?
That's my motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, let me, I'm sorry to chime in. So with the ballot, what is being proposed is that the ballot language would strike "and operating expenses," correct? The ballot question will strike the last clause "and provide for necessary operating expenses of the school district," correct?
Correct.
And then I wanted to just draw your attention to the, let me see, it's the whereas clause. The last whereas clause, and it's the last clause of the clause says, "and provide for operating expenses."
Yeah.
So are you looking to strike that as
You
well?
can
or-
either strike it or you can specify for safety and security of the district students and staff. I'm comfortable with either, but I would like the designation in the question, and that's my motion. So if you're more comfortable with more words, Mr. Daggett,
No,
then
I'm
we can
comfortable
leave
with
in.
less, with fewer.
Okay.
So what we could do, I'm just trying to get everyone on the same page here. I think you can just strike that last section of the last whereas clause. That is strike "and provide for operating expenses necessary to the district's delivery of high quality service."
Right.
Just leave it off.
Right.
I don't agree with this. I think this is tying the hand. We're here to work in the best interest of the public schools of Clay County and to do this when there are other things that will need to be done in hardening schools and safety and so forth. No, I will not vote for that at all.
Okay, that's your decision. So here's where I am. So a 1 mil will generate about $10 million for our school district. And you all just approved a measure that costs less than $2 million. And so if we're going to generate $40 million over 4 years, if I'm a taxpayer, and I am, and I pay taxes, I pay a lot of taxes actually, because I'm a business owner too. And so when I'm looking at that, I want to know where, if it's $2 million a year for 4 years, that's $8 million. I understand that there's hardening of schools that need to be done, and some things like that. But I guess I'm kind of wondering where the rest of the money is. And so that's where taxpayers have contacted me, and I agree. So that was why I made my motion the way that I did. And you can vote no. It's fine.
And
Yeah,
10-2.
so through the chair, I would say that this original language was just basically taken out of state statute in reference to operating expenses. This is what I looked into. That's just what I was looking into Daggett's book when I came in. Wanted to make sure that it was truly aligned. And from my side, we have well over $40 million that we need to do in reference to hardening. As relates to the initiative, the intent of going out for this mill is for us to see if we continue to harden our structures and for us to look at what expenses we may need to be able to cover in the school district. And I would tell you it's going to cost $5.6 million for resource officers in schools every single year off the top if this is passed.
But we just approved a program that was $2 million.
That is a temporary thing
we just
until
said
we
it was
can get this millage. If we can get the millage passed,
That's correct.
this is a
Right, it's just
transition.
a transitional program. But I agree with Ms. Condon on the issue here is that what we are proposing to voters is a big ask. That is a big ask. That's a sacrifice for a lot of families. And yes, we represent the school district, but we also represent the taxpayers. And they expect us to do what we say we're going to do with the money that they entrust to us. And so if we're asking them to fund school safety, then it's the right thing to do to earmark that money that it can only be spent on school safety. Now, if you want to spend it on other things, that's another ballot initiative. That's another ask.
Well, I also would add that at the workshop, where we all had consensus. Mr. Daggett asked us what the language of the ballot initiative, what we wanted, and we said identical to Monroe County. Monroe County got approved a $0.25 mill, not a full mill. So we initially said that was what we wanted.
I thought theirs was 0.6.
Okay, so but it wasn't a full mill.
Right.
And it's only, and theirs actually only addressed the didn't address the hardening
Right, it was just resource officers.
salaries and benefits.
I kind of have an issue with this, even going forward with this at this time. I kind of feel like we're rushing through too quickly. I mean, do we know what the parameters are? Yeah, I know you said 4 years, but is it possible to have it for 8 years or 10 years without having to bring it back to the voters? You know, do we want a $0.25 mill, a $0.5 mill, a mill? I mean, I know you said a millage is $10 million. Do we want 2 mills? I mean, what could we, you know, present to the community that they would want to do? And I guess I haven't heard anything about a plan on how we're going to present this to the community. Who's going to be the face of it? Who's going out there to say, hey, we want to raise your taxes, you know? And I agree, there are so many things that this money needs to go for that, you know, it shouldn't just be earmarked to one specific thing. I agree with that, you know, I would vote no on what you've got here right now, that I'm not in agreement of that. But I'm wondering, do we need to do a little more work on this? You know, do we want it on the August primary election, or do we want to do a special election for it? I know I've said that before. It does cost money, but there's a better chance of it passing then at a special election instead of a primary. You have people come out who really care about it. Those are the people who come out. So it just seems to me that this would be, I don't feel like this is the right time. I don't feel like I have enough information about it to move forward on this.
Well, Mr. Davis, is there anything you want to add to this?
Through the chair, you know, I gave you a number of scenarios in reference to what were some big bucket items we wanted to solve as a school district. I gave you some scenarios related to how the expenditures could be spent related to school safety. So I'll take the direction from the board in reference to the timing and also in reference to the direction and how the language reads.
Well, don't get me wrong. I agree that we need this.
I
absolutely do. I mean, I'm not saying no to it. We need this for so many different reasons too. I mean, school safety officers, school resource officers. As the funding starts coming in, we can transition other schools to SROs and not the safety officers. And then just health insurance. I mean, we have so many needs in this district that, you know, we've been underfunded for years and years.
And I don't disagree with you on that, but the issue to me is that this is disingenuous to the voters, because if that's your intent to spend this money on insurance, then that's what you need to tell the voters you're going to do, and that's not what this language does.
By saying it would go towards operation and school safety is an honest statement. Operation is everything in our district. It's you know, the curriculum, it's insurance, it's salaries, it's, you know, there's so many things that fall under operation. I'm just thinking Dr. Legutko's list goes on of the things that we need, not to mention the capital side of stuff. So.
But your average voter is not going to know that. Do you know what I mean?
That's what I'm asking. How are we going to, I mean, is there a plan on how we're going to advertise and communicate with the constituents on why they should vote for this?
So through the chair, right now we are in the process. We have one for Ed First. We can transfer the mentality to this. Yeah, as soon as it's approved, we are prepared to go into to build a plan. If you're saying that you want us to build it prior to approving this plan, then we'll have to backpedal a little bit. But we are prepared to start this initiative, prepared to work collectively with the BCC, who said they would support us. And I've been out openly and listening and learns talking about how this is really needed within this organization to help us do a number of things.
What I heard the BCC say at our roundtable discussion was they would support this if it was earmarked for safety.
That's only what your mother said. That she said you need a funding source guaranteed, and you need to make it to support resource officers. But this board needs to decide how we're going to use it. I was listening to it.
I was listening to it too, and I heard it said at the county commission meeting And I didn't hear anybody disagree.
I
The
wasn't
county
at a-
commission meeting, I believe Mr. Sella also chimed in on that one.
Oh, did
In
he?
the Monroe
I didn't see
County,
that one.
the Monroe County ballot basically says, shall the district enact a yearly ad valorem tax of 0.0625 mil for 4 years beginning January 1st for purposes of raising additional revenue for operating purposes? That was the question.
And
it didn't, in the lead up to it, it did specify safety and security and other operational expenses.
Excuse me a minute. Mr. Daggett read something to me out of statutes. Read me that sentence that you read about the operational. I don't know where it was, but he.
It's through the chair. I think she's mentioning the actual statute. This
Yeah,
is,
the
this is
statute.
It's 101.719. I think it's verbatim the words that were used. It sounds like exactly what they used as well. Listen, I'm open to whatever this board wants to do. I'm good. Just let me know.
Are we all ready to vote on Ms. Condon's motion and then see where we need to go from there?
I want him to
I'm
read
sorry,
this
I
first,
wasn't trying to
please.
cut you off.
I'd like to finish.
Yeah.
We've basically been cut by the legislature for years.
Absolutely.
Our employees took cuts in pay, took cuts in their positions back in 2008, 10 years ago. And we're now just barely getting up to snuff in providing
And we
salaries,
get
et
hit.
cetera. We need to do an education program for the community.
Right.
We need to educate the community as to what we can and can't do with our money, because we heard it tonight. Oh, we've got $8 million additional dollars. Oh, yay. Well, that includes the safety and security money. It includes the mental health money. It includes a lot of money that, all of a sudden we're going to have an additional 455 students, I think was the actual number. And we're still thinking, no, we're not. We're probably going to have less than that.
Can I
Now,
ask where that information's coming from? Because I haven't heard that we have an additional
It's on-
400 or 500 students.
It's on the DOE website.
Yeah, through the chair. So we selected a comparable model that was aligned to our current enrollment. Our current enrollment's a little bit over 37,000 students. So we selected a model that was around the increase of 400 plus students, because we believe that we'll be able to recruit additional students to this organization. Therefore, that's why you see, if you see it on DOE in reference to what they gave us an additional $7 million, I believe, between $7 and $8 million. 8.6. If we do not hit that number in which we projected to get, then we have to return key that back to the Department of Education. So we went with there's a number of models, the FTE models that were ran in reference to Clay County. Some were really aggressive, and this was one that was really closer to what our actual numbers were. So we selected that model knowing that we could potentially recruit, and we did recruit with controlled open enrollment in order to bring back. However, that money still has to sit in the bank and be returned if we don't meet that FTE.
I'm confused because I thought that we were told as recently as when we had our joint meeting with the Board of County Commissioners that we were expecting a decrease of 500 students. So where are these 1,000 students?
Yeah.
Because
All right, so
it gets so difficult to hear numbers from here, numbers from there, and I think that's what Ms. Gilhausen was trying to allude to, that when you're just the average voter and you read this on there, you're thinking, what's the county doing with our money? Which, by the way, that's why I pulled to discussion the item for iReady, because of that same thing, and I'll talk more about that one when we get to it. But that's where I think that's why I was asking to clarify the language. I'm not at all suggesting that I don't value our employees. I'm not at all suggesting that our school district couldn't use additional funding. Frankly, it's extremely frustrating to me that our legislators didn't just adjust the required local effort, because they could have adjusted this in the required local effort across the state. No one would have this problem. But they did not do that. They chose not to do that. They chose to from their position, be able to tell the voters, we voted to hold your property taxes steady, and then they pass it down to the local level. I'm not saying that I don't think any of these things are important. I think that when you want the voters to vote yes to something on an already packed ballot, then
you have to tell them what you're spending the money on. And spending money on safety and security because this passes, if you have $10 million to spend on safety and security, again, there's a whole lot of things that can fall under that then free up the other resources to do the other things in the district that we need to do. But to tell them we're going to use this and you know, but again.
And I did not mean to say that you did not value the teachers. Please don't feel that I was saying that. My concern is that we have, the only way that we can use this money in operating expenses, or I shouldn't say the only way, but one of the few ways that we can use the operating expenses is to beef up safety and security, but to also beef up some of the other programs that we can't do with other sources. And within the money that we do get allocated from the state, it's very limited in what we can do with it. It's earmarked for so many different things that we can't fall back on everything. We can't fall back on some of the other sources that we have. So my concern is that we do leave something in this for operational expenses, and if we can keep operating expenses in here in some way, to reword it but keep it in here, because we need to use this money for a variety of different things.
Okay, let me get Mr. Daggett to read the statute. Did you find it, Mr. Daggett?
Sure, yes.
How about reading it?
And if you think I'm verbose, wait until you see what the lawyers wrote here.
You don't have to read the whole chapter.
So just this one sentence which governs here. So we're traveling under 10-1171 subsection 9. In addition to the maximum millage levied under this section and the General Appropriations Act, a school district may levy by local referendum or in a general election additional millage for school operational purposes, and then it says up to amount XYZ.
Read the sentence with the operational what?
In addition to the maximum millage levied under this section and the General Appropriations Act, a school district may levy by local referendum or in a general election additional millage for school operational purposes up to, and it talks about the amount you can go up to.
And is that why you put it in, Mr. Davis? To use the word operational?
Through the chair, it was taken directly out of the law text and state statute through Mr. Daggett's office and work with them. So this literature was directly linked to the state statute 101.7, I think 179, and that was just the language that we used. We're just trying to be consistent with the statute. Now, if you wanted, I mean, it's up to this board if they wanted to adjust.
Okay. We had a motion by Ms. Condon, second by Ms. Gilhousen to basically designate every dollar of this for SROs and safety.
No, it says to specify for safety and security.
Okay.
All I'm asking is that we specify that it's for safety and security.
Okay, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
No. Motion fails. 2 to 3. 3 to 2. 2 to 3. It's getting late. So I'll entertain another motion. Oh, let me. you get everybody? Okay. Okay, I'll entertain another motion.
I'd like to move that we approve and adopt a resolution requesting the Board of County Commissioners of Clay County, Florida to place a referendum on the ballot for the August 28th, 2018 primary election regarding an additional 1 mil of ad valorem millage tax as noted.
I'll second it. Any discussion?
I have a question for Mr. Davis. We need an education program for our community. And we need to educate the community in the differences between a millage of this nature and what a lot of people are going to call additional tax for no reason. And we need to obviously allow people to know what's going to be happening, why we need this money, and how it's going to be spent.
Absolutely.
Part of that, in one of your scenarios, you had suggested that we show the use of this money over an 8-year period versus a 4-year period. Variety of different options that are available, but we need to educate the community. And my question is, do you have enough time between now and June 22nd in order to educate the community prior to putting this on the ballot?
So through the chair, I will do everything I can to make sure I go on the road again if I need to educate our community. We will hold chats with the soup or chats with the board, whatever we need to do in order to explain it. But I will also need explicit guidance from the board in reference to how you would like to use this expenditures, or I can come up with some more scenarios so that make sure we're on the same page.
So then maybe we should just postpone this and table it to the next month or the month after and not put it on the August ballot and get your ducks in a row. I just feel like this is not the right time for it. I know we need it, but we could do a special election or something other than, as Ms. Condon said, it's already a very crowded ballot.
So through the chair, I appreciate it. I only brought this because it was the will of the board.
Say what I'm thinking here, but majority rules, however y'all want to do it. Okay, we had a motion and a second to approve this resolution to place this referendum on the ballot for the August 28th primary. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say no.
No.
Okay. Motion fails. So now, here we sit. Okay, the next item on the agenda, C6 Curriculum Associates, iReady, item pulled by Ms. Condon. And I did have a card on it, but we wore them out. They left.
I'll move approval.
Second.
So I pulled this item because I felt like, in light of the financial situation that the district is in and in an expenditure that's almost $1 million, I felt like it was wrong for the school board to approve $1 million expenditure on a consent agenda, especially given Ms. Spola's comments about the public and their appreciation for how detailed and intricate the Florida Education Funding Program is and how we are funded and what we can use money for. Additionally, and so that was one reason that I pulled it, and I wanted to give Mr. Davis an opportunity to talk about what SAI dollars are, so we could specifically let the public know about that. But then additionally, the only other thing that I'd like to say is, as we're moving into budgeting season, this board, from what these workshops we've been in and when we've listened to some of these conversations, we seem to want to know the overall plan. We seem to grapple with not really feeling like we get things in an overall manner that we can really act on them. though I feel like at times things are just piecemealed to us, and we approve things and we approve the overall budget, but then how does it fit into it? And so that was why I wanted to have us be able to have this conversation, especially in light of the other actions taken tonight.
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair, got a phone call today or had a conversation this morning in reference to how are we spending our money related to iReady. So iReady is it's a blended model learning platform that is data driven to make a diagnostic prescriptive instruction for our students. It differentiates instructions for our learners. It comes to a point where it reduces the countless hours that our teachers spend with identifying supplemental resources, pulling information, creating small groups, identifying individual pathways for our learners, grading assessments, those types of things. So it saves our teachers a significant amount of money. And it's built to address the Tier 2 and Tier 3 approach to better assist our students, instructionally and educationally. I will say that 41% of our students are level 1 and level 2 readers within Clay County. In addition to that, 35% of our students are level 1 and level 2 in the area of mathematics. This brings an initiative from K3 literacy along with K8 mathematics to better assist our students and assist our teachers as well. This expenditure is expensive. However, it is one of the best products you can buy for purchase for supplemental materials. We are using SAI funding, which is Supplemental Academic Instruction Funds, which is really focused on providing tiered support to students. This is all about identifying supplemental curriculum or time on task for tutoring to have additional remediation and enrichment opportunities, whereas this is a categorical funding. So with SAI funding is designed to purchase curriculum such as this. 78% of this of costs will be covered through SAI funding. Additional to that, 10% will be taken out of Title II funding, because not only are we buying this product to better serve our students, but also it's 10% we'll have for professional development, because this comes with professional development for our teachers and our administrators, which would be 2 professional development days per school, which is very attractive for our teachers to stay engaged and help them through this learning process. And then 12% of this will be identified and used through instructional materials, because this is instructional material to better help our students. None of these pots, Title IIA, SAI, along with instructional materials, can be used to assist with safety and security. It can't be used for any other items. This is solely built on categoricals to support our learners. I provided the board with sufficient data that says we see upticks in every one of our grade bands, every one of our grade levels, which is greater data than I believe that you've ever had at your fingertips. In addition, we talk about bringing plans to the board. I believe that I've given this board, I say this respectfully, more than they've ever had in reference to financials, in reference to a plan. We even, all this stuff. I think you're probably inundated with more information that you would actually like. But, that's continuing to me be transparent. So that's where I am.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll entertain a motion.
I already made the motion.
Okay, and there's a motion, a second. Was it to approve it? Okay. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say no. Motion carries 5-0.
Madam Chair, if you would allow me, I'd like to, before we move on out of the discussion agenda, I'd like to make a motion on D2.
Just a minute. You want to go back to D2?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the resolution. We approve and adopt a resolution requesting the Board of County Commissioners of Clay County, Florida, place a referendum on the ballot for August 28, 2018 primary election regarding a $0.5 mil of ad valorem millage tax. I think that might be a good compromise, that we could go out to the voters. We could generate an additional $5 million of funding for our district. This is the cost that the superintendent has told us is the cost of the resource officers, and with the additional money that is within the the other funding sources that we get, and then in the event that the voters pass this, and in the event that the legislature gives us additional funding toward that, then we could use this for hardening schools or whatever, because my motion is not limiting it to safety and security, that we put it on the ballot the way that it's written, that Mrs. Bola read, the long, lengthy one that is the one superintendent suggested or recommended to us, just changing it from the additional mill to the half mill.
I think it dies for lack of a second.
Okay.
Okay, we're down to school board attorney remarks.
I wanted to thank really everyone in this leadership. I'm going to tell you, a lot of people are doing a lot of work, and Sheila Gann, I'm a huge fan of. She's had an avalanche of activities, big ticket items, lots of stress, and I think that she's handled it with tremendous grace. So I just wanted to say that, along with so many others here. I also would like to recommend a workshop at some point on the issue of administrative hearings and the disciplinary hearing process. It'll kind of dovetail with our policy review as well. So I just wanted to put that in front of the board for its consideration with all the extra time we've got. Thank you.
Okay. School board member remarks. Let me say this before I forget it. Mr. Brodsky indicated to us, I think by email, and then we talked today, and we need to have an executive session before May 14th. So if you would pull your calendars out, we need to find a day that we can do this.
Do we have a workshop coming up on the 8th? Does anyone else have that on their calendar?
No. I think that was one of those dates because I had written in 9 to 11:30 and then crossed it out. So I think it was one of those we were trying to find a date and that didn't work.
You need to meet with me.
What? No.
I'm available Monday the 7th between the hours of 9 and 2.
I'm good between 9 and 11. 'Cause
11.
we mentor if you want to.
How long do you think this will take, Mr. Brodsky?
I don't know anymore. I think it'll probably take a couple hours because there's a lot of financial implications
Okay.
and how much information the board is going to have to make
Well,
those
it's probably not a good idea to plan at 9 to 11 then, because we would have, two of us would have to leave at 11 to
I'm
go dinner.
available Wednesday the 9th from 9 to 12:30.
I'm good Wednesday also.
I'm fine. Wednesday.
At what time?
From 9 to 12:30.
Surely we can get it. 9 o'clock on the 9th. And where do we want to meet?
Green Cove.
We can meet in accounts payable.
Okay. 9 accounts payable.
Excuse me, 9 to 11, is that correct?
However long. I'm available till 12:30.
All right, awesome. I'm going to move my calendar now.
Okay, see, I remembered. Okay. Well, let me start tonight since I always start with y'all. I forgot to bring a special hook. Miss Bola and I were both in attendance at Fleming Island Elementary when they did Peter Pan Jr. And at the end of, Mary, you pitch in any time now. At the end of the play, they call me up on the stage, and they tell me, if I'm forgetting something, they presented me with this gold hook that Captain Hook, and then they gave us a certificate, and I will try to remember to bring it next month because you will love the certificate. But Mary,
it was entertaining to say the least. You recall they did a little show for us here as a prelude to their show, and it was an exceptionally good show. But yes, they remembered Miss Studdard saying that she would have liked one of those. For,
I said, one of these, I might like to have a hook like that. Well, they gave me this hook, and it's so funny, and they were laughing. It was just
it was fun.
It was gleeful.
It was gleeful.
I think that's my new word. It was gleeful.
That's a good word.
I make up words, so it sounds great.
Okay, and then I have a question for Mr.
Davis
over here. When you talked, nice to meet you. When you talked tonight on your superintendent's SAC committee, Student Advisory Council.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned something about the Battle of the Books, and it spurred something in my head. Are we gonna go back to ever having district Battle of the Books again? That used to be more fun.
We were supposed to have it starting this school year.
Did y'all ever go to the Battle of the Books? It was back when Walter Brock was here, and we had it, and it was the neatest thing.
So fair. So the question, we were supposed to launch it this year. We had some difficulties with the timing. We own it. We will look at it. We know we had some schools doing it internally. We'll look at it going back to a district level.
There are a number of schools that still do it individually.
A number of our schools do
and what
it.
happens is they set up 3 or 4 teams within their own school, generally well after testing.
It was fun to watch the different schools.
And right around the time when the Sunshine State.
Yeah, we can, to the chair, we can go back and do it at a county level. Some of the schools just drove it this year.
Yeah,
we were told
that was when he brought it up under that superintendent's student advisory or whatever.
That's so
you
much
said something about Battle of the Book, and I thought, why don't we have that anymore?
The principal.
It was Thunderbolt who brought it up. She said that they have Battle of the Book.
Oh, that's where it was.
Yes, ma'am. It's okay.
That's all right.
It's happening.
It
Just gotta-
spurred,
we
it
do it at a big
spurred me.
level.
And then the other thing I wanted to tell y'all, Orange Park Elementary is on the May the 18th, on Friday. They're having their 90th birthday. 90 years.
It's on my calendar.
And
all they had to say was food trucks, and I'm there.
but that school is dear to my heart. When we moved here in '79, and I had 2 kids in school there, and the way I kind of got my start in getting involved in school stuff was through back then it was PTA at OPE. Now I guess they are all PFAs now, but that's where my beginnings were, being president of the PTA at OPE. But it ought to be a fun birthday celebration. I understand they have found some old pictures from way back, so it'll be interesting. So if you're free that day, come and see it. All right, let's move on down with Miss Condon next.
So the only thing that I wanted to bring up is a concern of mine. I actually tweeted to Mr. Davis and our legislative delegation an article that was on Drudge Report, and despite the fact that it was on Drudge Report, it's not important where it was. It was about teenagers and the ability to use electronic cigarettes and vaping products in classrooms, and that they're getting more and more wise with it. And you can look at it and say, well, that's a problem across the nation, that's a big city problem, that's a rich county problem. It's a Clay County problem. I sit in the pickup line at a high school and watch the kids go out to their vehicles, and we would never as a society tolerate our children smoking the way they are vaping. And then now there's this new product that's advertised at all the Circle K's, and if you don't have a young teenager, you may not know what they like to do these days. They like to go to Circle K because for 85 cents they can get a Polar Pop, and a Polar Pop is this 32-ounce soda.
And so they like to get their Polar Pop for 85 cents, and then they go back to whatever they're doing, their after-school activities with their Polar Pops, and they all carry them around. Well, at all the Circle K's, you can also see these advertisements for this new product, and it's called Juul, Juul. And the big signs at all the Circle K's say starter kit $19.99.
What is that?
Well, I researched it because I wanted to know. And it says it's for adult smokers. So I go home and I research it, and it's the size of a USB drive. It looks like a USB drive. It also operates off of something that's called nicotine salts. It does not produce a vapor, and it has the amount of nicotine as a cigarette. And there are YouTube videos that are telling teenagers how to get away with doing these things in the classroom. They're teaching them how to do them in the classroom, to take a hit off of your vape or your electronic cigarette, whatever you have, and it's basically getting high. And because nicotine's a stimulant. So they're getting high in the classrooms, whether it's nicotine, that's a legal drug for anyone that's over 18, whether it's, and so the reason I'm bringing this up is because I know of an instance that happened at one of our elementary schools where students were trying to get involved in this vaping thing in the 6th grade. I think it's an issue for our society. Hopefully if parents are watching this, they'll pay attention and get educated, because it feels to me like something that we can tend to turn a blind eye to. At the Clay County Fair, I don't know how many of you saw the teenager around with those little things, and then they blow it out, and they're marketed to kids. They're cotton candy flavored and grape flavored, and it doesn't have the same stigma as smoking does in our society, but yet the health effects aren't known. And the reason I bring it up at a school board meeting is because it's addressed in our student code of conduct, but I wonder how many parents support our administrators in this battle. And I did talk to a couple of the high school principals and just said, are you seeing this, what I see when I'm in the pickup line? And they say it's an ongoing battle all the time, just constant. And so I wanted to bring it just up for the discussion. The other thing that I wanted to bring up, which is why I bring it up after that, is we're at the time where we had talked about last year that we were going to move our legislative priority making for the next year sooner. So we're kind of at that point. Obviously now we have some funding to go and fight for in Tallahassee for school safety, as well as other issues that we need money for. And we still have Mr. Davis's initiatives that we didn't reach from last year. And then I would ask that we consider adding something on there about teenagers and electronic cigarette marketing. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Karakas.
I don't have much. Last month I had asked that we all take care of the attorney evaluation. We hadn't received anything. Mr. Davis, please send that to the board members so we will know the results of it. And then we need to bring Mr. Daggett's contract next month, I would imagine, because it was a 1 year, when did it? I thought it was a 2 year. Was it a 2 year? A 2 year?
Through the chair, yes, yes, ma'am. Ms. Bush, okay, if you haven't sent it, just send it to us.
Are there any board members who haven't done their evaluation?
Yeah, I'll openly say that I held mine because I was struggling with what to write on it. Ms. Karakas volunteered to do it for me, but I didn't take her up on that. But
I would be happy to help.
I'll turn it in tomorrow.
Has everybody else turned theirs in?
In transparency, I have not turned mine in, and it's not because I didn't know what to write. It's because my motherboard crashed on my computer. And,
oh dear.
Yeah, and then my printer went out. So it's been a great week.
You can't print it. Well, maybe if you came by the office, you can just do an X in those squares. We need to get those in. Okay. Is that all, Ms. Karakas? Ms. Bola?
I have a few things. I'm going to repeat my request from last month that we have a workshop or a discussion or something to set up a additional revenue source for our school district. We are hurting, and we need to figure out what we can do, and if it means doing a workshop and continuing with the discussion that we had tonight, I think we need to Saturday, Math Field Day is coming up, and a reminder, it's at Oakleaf High School. It's this Saturday. It's at Oakleaf, not at Fleming Island. And usually it's going to be shorter this year. They've already done, I was talking to Ms. Radel, and they've made some rearrangements with it, so you might want to, I know that she sent something out to all of us, so you might want to check your emails to see what time she would suggest you show up. I'll be there as I'm going to help proctor it, or monitor it, whatever, proctor it. Also, Wednesday, March 16th, I'm going to be at the State School Board meeting in Pinellas County.
March? You mean May?
I said 3. You're right, May, because March is over, isn't it?
It's been a long night.
It's been a
Mrs.
long
Bola.
night. And I wrote 3/16 also. May 16th, State School Board meeting in Pinellas County, because in fact, our school-related employee of the year is one of the top 5 finalists,
Oh, that's
Stephanie
right.
Melton, and I'm going to go and support her for that. I will be out of town, unfortunately, for Orange Park's birthday. Shout out, obviously, Fleming Island Elementary, Peter Pan, Ridgeview High School's High School Musical. Oh my gosh, stellar performance. Oakleaf High School, West Side Story. And I went on Friday night, which was grad night, and then they presented to us again at Coffee at the Castle, which was awesome. I so enjoyed walking around that school. I'd been in and out a couple of times, but we got a full tour that day, and it was phenomenal. The chorus sang to us. The drama students put on one of their scenes from West Side Story. It was phenomenal. They did a great job. Ridgeview High School did a great job with their coffee as well, and looking forward to a couple of promotion ceremonies coming up, and graduation is going to be before our next meeting. So looking forward to the graduation ceremonies that are coming up.
What night
as well.
is graduation? I'm looking for my...
June 1st, Friday night, June 1st. And all of them, and Bannerman is that afternoon probably, and virtual is from 4 until 6 at Ridgeview High. Oh, was Bannerman that Monday? The 4th? Okay, I don't believe Bannerman was on the list that you sent, Mr. Davis. Other than that, that should do it. It's been a lot of things going on in the schools, and it's just a statement. If there's something going on that we can attend, by all means invite us. Because that's something, seeing the students participate in the activities that they find enjoyable, and being able, particularly those coffees and the business meetings that we've had, the students are phenomenal and so proud of what they've accomplished, and it's amazing to see what they're doing. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Gilhousen.
You guys have touched on a lot, so I'll just say that I'm looking forward to Teacher Appreciation Week next week, and I'll be decorating doors at Fleming Island Elementary if anybody wants to join me tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, we want to be there about 6:30?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
No, they want you to do it after school.
Don't hold your breath. Okay, if that's all, no other business to come before the board, the meeting's adjourned.